elections, so they're going to oppose everything he does.
That's true.
And two, as long as these numbers don't align with the daily life of Nigerians, we are going to say we don't agree. But the numbers are good. The numbers are really good. But so people are going to fight everything he does.
Okay. Now, let's discuss this issue of one-party state. It's been a big talking point in the country for quite a while. And you had the president coming out in very clear terms there. I mean, saying that, that he is completely against the whole idea of a one-party state and that there's no agenda as a one-party state at all, that neither the government nor his party is working towards that. What do you make of his position on that issue?
I would say it's all politics. Listen, he's playing politics. He's seeking re-election. So he will do everything he can to get re-elected. And that will include going to state governors, trying to convince them to either cross to his party or give him assurances of their vote for the next election. I don't think there will be a one-party state in Nigeria, and I sincerely don't think that's what he wants. All he wants is re-election.
Yeah, because I was also wondering if the idea of a one-party state is actually possible.
No, it's not. Nigeria, listen, Nigeria is built strongly along ethnic lines, and it's something we must tell ourselves, right? The Southwest will basically vote in one direction. The Southeast and South will vote in one direction, and most of the North will vote in one direction. Since 1999, if we go back, the South and Southeast had always voted for the PDP since 1999. It was the last election that Peter Obi broke that PDP thing in the Southeast. So what he's doing now, I think, is, okay, I know my people. I can get my people to be on my side. I know some parts of the North I can get on my side, but you see that Southeast and South, what can I do about them? If you can break that PDP Labour Party stronghold on the Southeast and South, then he's getting closer to re-election. Now, can we have a one-party state in Nigeria? I don't see that happening just yet. I don't see that, and that's not what he wants. All he wants is re-election.
And I mean, I can get your point. Now, you look at what he said about the PDP and the crisis rocking the party. I mean, coming out to say that, look, you just don't blame those who are leaving the party. I mean, if they're literally running away from a sinking ship, even without life jackets as well. I mean, that must have riled the PDP, no doubt.
How does it rile them when they are really a sinking ship? Listen, if we on the outside can't see the truth, and they on the inside can't see the truth, then what are we doing here? It's really a sinking ship. If you remember in 2015, the moment PDP lost the election at the center, I'm sure that the president at the time, Goodluck Jonathan, would have woken up the next morning to see that most of his associates had walked away from him. That's Nigerian politics. We stand with the winning side most of the time. So the APC has been ruling at the center since 2015, or that's 10 years right now, and it doesn't look like anytime soon they will relinquish power. So what do people do? We jump onto the winning side. Maybe it can give us victory in our next election. Maybe it can give us contracts. Maybe it can just give us assurances of safety. But that's what people are doing. So the PDP ship is sinking really, and I'm sure they can see it. It's sinking.
And what do you think? What from your own position and from your own, from where you stand? Why do you think it's been so difficult for the PDP to resolve their problem, to resolve their crisis for such a big party? I mean, this is at some point, the biggest party in the whole of Africa. It used to pride itself as the biggest party in the whole of Africa. So what do you think is the problem? Why do you think the party has just not been able to resolve its crisis? And you now have a situation where very high-profile members are leaving.
It's such a big shame. It's a crying shame, really. Like you said, one time the biggest party in Africa, nobody can argue that. But again, the internal crisis has destroyed the party. Nyesom Wike, the current minister of the FCT, is like him or loathe him. He's the biggest name right now in the PDP.
But you also have Atiku Abubakar.
APC, right? Because he works for the government of the day. He has assured the president of re-election, yet he has not left the PDP. So what's really going on there? You have a president like Atiku Abubakar in the PDP, and you ask, what does he really do there? He's silent most times until the next election. So until they sort an internal crisis, and one must be the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, where does he stand? Are you with us or are you against us? And if you're not with us, why do you remain a member of the party? So until they can have the lever, as we say in local parlance, to speak to him and say, you must take your stand. Yes, there are cases where a president of the day appoints someone from the opposition to be in his government. It's not the first time it's happening. It has been there right from 1999, 2003. It has been there. It has been there. I've seen it in Ghana. It has been there. But when a member of the opposition, so to say, is assuring the president of re-election, it means he will surely work against his own party. Wouldn't that be termed anti-party activity, that statement he made? So the PDP can stand up and say, look, you must decide where you stand now, then there will be no hope for that party in the next election, and even in 2031 election. They are gone forever. One
other thing we saw the president do, during the Democracy Day celebration, of course, is that the national honors he bestowed on some, you want to call them democracy heroes, so to speak, those who fought for the actualization of June 12 and the enthronement or return of democracy in this country. It's a very long list, and as you would expect, the list is also generating some kind of talking point, because, there are some names that have been mentioned now that are not on that list, and clearly, some of these arguments, that there are points there, because there are quite some names that you would expect would be on the list. They are not there. But what's your take on all these?
Listen, as a government, you really cannot please
everybody,
every single one. Yes, you can't. So there's nothing the government will do that will have 100% acceptance. There will always be pockets of people that will say it should have been this other way. I'll give you, there's a particular name, Humphrey Wosu, of the June 12 election.
Yeah.
A few months ago, there were a lot of talks about why Nigeria did not honor him. And then he died. Now, I now hear that the same person is on the honors list. And I hear a few people say, why are they waiting for him to die before he's honored? So that's what governance is about. So the government gets out a list. Now, until they come out and tell us, this is how we pick these names, this is the criteria we use, then we'll be going to either agree or disagree. But one thing is for sure, June 12 was a turning point for Nigeria. What happened on that day and what happened in the months and years that followed, cannot be erased from Nigeria's history. Cannot be. Now, the date was decided that Democracy Day is moved from May 29 to June 12. For me, it was also a turning point for Nigeria. Now, if the president of the day, which is Bola Tinubu, has decided to honor people who helped actualize June 12, then I stand with him. Unless we are saying June 12 means nothing to us. If it means something to us, then I stand with him. You cannot get every name you want.
That's true.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your contribution, and thanks for coming on the program. China Chair, Public Affairs Analyst, thanks a lot. Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. So let's have the final word now on the president's position on the one-party agenda. And I'm now being joined on the program from Abuja by a man I call the democracy man himself, Omori Aigbe, who is a public affairs analyst and member of West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network. Stagbe, thank you very much for joining us on the program. You heard the president and everything he said, refuting the whole idea of a one-party state, that it's not what he represents. I mean, going down memory lane and all of that, and that, look, he never supported the idea in the past. He's not supporting it now, will not support it in the future. But all the same, he would not stop people from coming to his party, that his party would not shut the door against those who intend to join. Your take?
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. You know, I don't expect that Nigerians will think that Mr. President will say, well, I'm responsible for bringing people to my party. I mean, this is clear. And I don't also think that Mr. President ought to have responded to it. But this response, it actually means that the president knows what he's doing. I mean, that it just sent a signal, a political signal. However, it is not the first time we are seeing this kind of trajectory. In 2014, we literally saw a PDP heading towards a one-party state, and the conversation around PDP ruling for 60 years became the conversation around in the public atmosphere. But today, I'm not sure when we're listing political parties, opposition political parties, one is almost curious to name PDP. Maybe the only difference is that the personality of the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, may have been different from the personality of Goodluck Jonathan as at that time. Because you remember, Goodluck Jonathan would say that the blood of innocent people, citizens, is not worth his victory and all of that. But I'm not sure President Tinubu would want to say that. I would think that would be the part of the conversation that President Tinubu should be saying. That, yes, it should be seen to be pursuing free, fair, and credible election, especially now that electoral reform is on. But one-party system in Nigeria is not the first time we are seeing it. It usually ends in the doctrine of irrelevance, so to say.
But I mean, from your own experience, I mean, we've seen this, just as you said. You mentioned 2013. We saw something similar to that in leading up to the 2007 election. At some point, PDP, of course, we know was the dominant party. We know what happened in 2023 when the AD states all fell to the PDP, and Lagos was the only state standing. And at some point, we had almost more than 30 PDP governors in this country, no doubt about it. But even at that, we never, the idea of a one-party state never materialized. So do you think it can even happen? Is it something you can even conjecture for Nigeria?
It's a simple, see, it's not realistic for Nigeria to have a one-party state. It's not possible. Because within the APC of today, we are heading towards 2027 general election. By next year, 2026, we are going to see a lot of internal crisis within the APC.
Yeah.
Internal crisis, because for folks who are joining the party now, we want a return ticket. That would be the genesis of the upheaval that will hit up the polity. And if you impose people, because that's what may likely happen, and that's what led to the PDP fall. So you now start imposing candidates, and the moment you start imposing candidates, certain candidates who feel they've got political clout will start pulling out to go join another alliance. You know, when you look at the formation of APC, it was a recognition that the PDP was a dominant political party, like you said a few minutes ago. However, to beat this dominant party, there needs to be some kind of convergence of smaller powers to form the bigger power. So what is happening now? And one of the things that led to the strength of the APC is arguably the movement of the new PDP. You know, the likes of the Senate President, Senate President at that time, the likes of the governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi at that time. There was a huge body of political actors that formed the new PDP. And of course, you also know Senator, what's his name now? Senator Okorocha, Rochas Okorocha, who was also in
came from APGA,
who moved with his own folks to form this alliance. Of course, the CPC, the ADC, the NNPP, all of that. So what is happening now? When the PDP internal crisis began, alliances and realliances began to build up. And before you know what's happening, the party that had structure across the federation, that Obasanjo was able to secure AD state for PDP, and all of those things that, I mean, the entire Southeast at that time were all PDP. So you just see that it's something that the president needs to be careful about. Coming to your party, I know it will favor you for presidential candidates. It may even favor the president more, but it may be a crisis situation waiting to happen.
But then you look at our politicians. Would it be safe to describe them as ruling party politicians in the sense that, look, they always gravitate towards the ruling party? We saw that in the past. Always gravitating. It's just a few exceptions, but they always gravitate towards the ruling party.
Man, exactly. So for many reasons, and people talk about parliamentarians. One would have expected, I didn't expect state governors to do the same, but for parliamentarians, they do it for many reasons. Number one, the expectation from parliamentarians now among citizenry is becoming turning parliamentarians to executive positions. So one of the ways you present your scorecard is in physical project, not in legislative project. The parliamentarians have no business with construction of roads. The parliamentarians have no business with any form of building like we see that the executive does. But
hold on now. Hold on, just a minute. I understand you, and that is no doubt a big problem. But then it appears the electorates are not understanding this. I mean, the constituents of these lawmakers are not understanding it, because the general impression among constituents all over the country is they are fond of asking what exactly has this senator or that House of Rep member done. So is it not the constituents now who are mounting pressure on these lawmakers and causing them not to even concentrate on their core function of lawmaking? Because look, as a lawmaker, if you concentrated on just lawmaking, at the end of the day, you may not get re-elected, because your constituents want to see what you're able to bring, attract, as we say, what projects were you able to attract. So isn't that where the problem is?
Yes, of course. That's the bane of our democracy today, that constituents no longer can differentiate between legislative functions and, of course, executive functions. The whole thing is that you have been elected, and for you to be elected, you must bring the dividends of democracy home. So whether you move one motion, or you never moved one, or you never ever propose a bill that fails, not to even talk about the bills that sail through. But what is important is that you went back home and you constructed something, and that is why you see parliamentarians going to commission electricity poles, maybe like 2 or 3 electricity poles, just to tell the constituents that they are bringing dividends of democracy home. But that's actually a pressure on parliamentarians, and that's why the parliamentarians ended up coming with what is called the constituency project. And you remember all of the padding issues that happened previous years. So the parliamentarians make an attempt to try to infuse into the budget certain of those privileges, but they will still need the executive connection for those approval. And that is why you see that movement. So you need to be able to align with the ruling party for that project, legislative project in the budget to be able to approve, because resources are scarce. And the only way to send out those resources you see the current budget, and we are talking about huge sums of money budgeted for street lights alone. Street lights. In fact, somebody made some kind of very funny proposal. The person said, if all the street lights in the constitution, in the budget are approved, Nigeria will be like heaven because there'll be lights everywhere. I mean, it was a comic relief, but it's the reality. The pressure on parliamentarians to do like the executive is one of our biggest challenge today. However, it was the parliamentarians who put it on themselves. When they went campaigning, they started telling people they were going to bring dividends of democracy. Yeah. They started behaving executive. So what do you expect? The politicians, the constituents are expecting those things you promised. No parliamentarians promised new bills during campaign. That parliamentarian may never secure 2 votes. None of them promised they were going to move motion in favor of their constituent. They all promised democratic dividend. What people understand by democratic dividend is physical project. I think maybe by the time we start to strengthen our electoral system, we can now begin to upgrade knowledge in code. I mean, I'm using that word upgrade knowledge. I'm not saying that Nigerians don't know, just that the pressure is much on these parliamentarians. And you see them trying to negotiate all manner so that they can earn additional money to be able to do some project in their hometown.
It's really a problem. Omoru Yagbe, thank you very much for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
It's an honor.
Well, that's it on the program. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
That directly improve citizens' lives. During the commissioning ceremony on Airport Road in Abuja, President Tinubu described the water network as a transformative effort to guarantee safe, sustainable, and sufficient water for homes, institutions, and communities across the capital city. He further led a moment of silence in honor of the victims of the recent violence in Benue State and extended his heartfelt condolences to the affected families and communities.
We gathered to commission a transformative project, the Greater Abuja Water Supply Network, the Loop 1, 2, 5, and 6, a monumental effort that will ensure safe, sustainable, and sufficient water and the institutions, to the homes, institutions, and communities across the capital city. Water is life. It is not a luxury. This is a basic human right and a foundation for public health, urban development, and economic growth. When we speak of Renew Hope agenda, this is what we mean. Tangible, people-focused projects that improve the daily lives of ordinary Nigerians. Water to drink, to clean, to grow, to build. That is the real project. It's straight up, it's a treasure that we always take for granted. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not here today merely to lay the pipes. We are laying the groundwork for healthier families, stronger communities, and a more productive city. As your president, I remain committed to accelerating the growth, prosperity, delivery of reliable infrastructure, development of human capacity. I heard we've trained so many technicians to maintain this.
We thank so much, Mr. President, for the support and encouragement you have given to us. This contract was awarded 2017 at the cost of $470 million US. 2017. Under the Partnership of Africa Development Initiative, the Chinese government provided 85%, while the federal government and FCT provided 15%. And that's to take care of groups 1, 2, 5, and 6. I want to sincerely thank you that under this administration, this job has been completed.
And now we move to security stories as police operatives in Niger State have arrested 2 suspected kidnappers, identified as 28-year-old Jafta James and 30-year-old Usman Ibrahim, during a failed abduction attempt in Qatar near New Bari. According to a statement issued by the police public relations officer, DSP Wasiu Abiodun, the suspects were apprehended on June 13, 2025, at around 8 p.m. after officers from the Tafa division responded swiftly to a distress call. The 2 men, residents of Ijagwari in Tafa and Sabongari in the Bwara area of the Federal Capital Territory, reportedly broke into the premises of a victim with the intent to kidnap his sister. And the military and the police have launched a joint cross-border manhunt for the gunmen who killed around 200 villagers in Yelewata Guma local government area of Benue State on the night of Friday, June 13, 2025. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, and the Inspector General of Police, Kode Betokun, arrived in Makodi and Yeleta on Monday to coordinate the operation that would target the suspected killers. Musa, after assessing the carnage, vowed to take the battle to the terrorists by changing the military strategy to face the situation on the ground. However, given the manner of the attack, he expressed concerns that the attackers are operating with help from within the community. And now securities experts in Nigeria have continued to react to the devastating attacks in Benue State, which have claimed multiple lives. Speaking exclusively to TV360 Nigeria, former Assistant Director of Department of State Services, DSS, Dennis Amakri, expressed concern over the strategies employed by the Nigerian military and police force in tackling the insecurity menace in the state. He emphasized the need for a permanent presence of security agents and the military in the affected areas.
I think we are doing the same thing the same way over the years. Because if you remember very well, we've talked about these Benue attacks some weeks ago, and it is happening again. It continues to happen because, all the interventions that government has tried in doing them has not yielded any good result. That means that we're not doing the right thing the right way. So I think they should go back to the drawing table and then deal with this properly. I'm happy to hear that the president himself is going to visit. Maybe that is going to change the whole scenario because I know that we've had visits before and nothing has happened. So I think we should do the right thing the right way. When I see things like this happen and then the IGP will go there, or he will send about 30,000 policemen to go there, and then of course they will calm down the place, and after 2-3 weeks they go back to their formations, and then of course we have another attack. So that is the wrong procedure. I believe strongly that they should go ahead and then systematically do this by keeping policemen in these areas, because we cannot keep on moving police people to the troubled area. We move them out, then the next day we bring them back again. It doesn't, I think the bandits are also watching. So I think there's a better way to do it, and then we should do that.
And the Labour Party has condemned the mass killings in Benue State and called for an urgent deployment of security forces to vulnerable communities across Nigeria's north-central region. Describing the attacks as a fresh wave of senseless killings, the party's National Caretaker Committee, led by Senator Nenadi Usman, demanded a full-scale investigation and immediate prosecution of the perpetrators, regardless of their affiliations or social status. In a statement released on Monday, the acting national chairman lamented the killing of over 100 people, including women, children, displaced persons and security personnel, and the widespread destruction of homes and livelihoods. In other stories, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, and the Conference of Speakers of State Houses of Assembly has expressed divergent views on the advocacy for state police creation, while the police boss reiterated his earlier position that what the Nigerian police force needed to tackle the security challenges in the country was adequate funding. The chairman of the Conference of Speakers of State Houses of Assembly, Debo Ogundoyin, called for a multi-layered policing model as obtained in other parts of the country. They spoke in Abuja on Monday at the Constitution Review Legislative Dialogue on the National Security Architecture. And Air Peace has dismissed claims by the senator representing Edo North, Adams Oshiomhole, that he was extorted and unfairly denied boarding, stating that the former Edo State governor did not check in online, as alleged, and arrived late for his scheduled flight. Speaking during a televised interview, Air Peace Operation Manager Ayodeji Adeyemi rejected what he described as false allegations made by the senator, suggesting they may have been motivated by personal reasons. Adeyemi challenged the senator's claim of checking in online before his arrival, explaining that Air Peace backend systems reflect all online check-ins, which automatically generate a boarding pass with seat details. And mobile phone theft has become a recurrent issue in Borno State, particularly in Maiduguri, the state capital, where many residents have fallen victim to phone snatching in public spaces. However, efforts to address the challenge are gaining momentum, with the GSM market emerging as a critical player in the fight against the legal trade of stolen devices. TV360 correspondent Solomon Josiah has more on the story.
The GSM market in Maiduguri serves as the major hub for mobile phone sales and repair in the city. Most of the stolen phones in the state often end here, where they are sold off. The market authorities are now moving to help take the rising cases of mobile theft in the state. Traders within the market are now subjected to stricter regulations. They are now required to verify the ownership of every phone they accept for resale.
In the past, we used to accept phones from anyone without asking questions. But now we require proof of ownership or a valid ID before buying. The new rules helps us avoid buying stolen phones.
Market authorities are also working closely with the police to report suspicious individuals and transactions. Awareness among traders has increased, with many of them taking extra precautions to avoid buying devices that could be linked to theft.
We have started implementing measures to verify every phone before it can be sold in the market. No phone is allowed for sale unless the person bringing it provides identification or a purchase receipt. We are also working closely with the police to track anyone trying to bring stolen phones.
These measures, while affecting the speed of transactions, have contributed to a growing sense of responsibility and professionalism within the market. Buyers have also started adjusting their habits. Many customers now avoid street side sellers and insist on purchasing devices from regulated shops within the market, where documentation and traceability are guaranteed.
I once bought a phone from someone on the street and later it turned out to be stolen. Since then, I've stopped buying phones from random sellers. Now, I only buy from shops I trust, where I know the phone has been properly verified. It gives me peace of mind.
In support of this effort, the Borno State Police Command has intensified its crackdown on phone theft. Suspects involved in phone snatching and illegal phone sales have been arrested and paraded publicly.
I believe strongly that security is shared responsibility, and with your support, we can build safer Borno. I want also to use this opportunity to appeal to the public for cooperation, information sharing, and mutual trust. My doors remain open to suggestions and constructive engagement that will help us deliver better policy services.
The police have also encouraged residents to keep proper records of their mobile devices, including receipts and serial numbers, to aid in recovering if stolen. The collaboration between the GSM market leadership and security agencies represents a new chapter in the fight against mobile phone theft in Borno. While the problem is yet to be fully eliminated, the ongoing actions are beginning to make a difference, creating a safer and more transparent phone businesses environment for all. Solomon Josiah, TV360, Borno.
And in politics, the APC Consolidation Group has raised concerns over what it described as attempts to hijack the party structure in the Federal Capital Territory by imposing candidates with strong ties to the opposition. Speaking during a peaceful protest, the group's spokesperson condemned what he called a violent takeover of the PDP ahead of the upcoming area council elections. The group also called on the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike to refrain from interfering in APC affairs, insisting the party belongs to its members and should be allowed to run its processes independently.
Some stooge, some individual, some element from the opposition party are trying all they can to do a violent takeover of the APC in the FCT, Federal Capital Territory. With this area council election coming up, they are planting their stooge around all the area councils to contest and win this election, while loyal and determined members who have been on ground since 2014 protecting the integrity of this party are being bypassed to bring PDP stooge. The FCT, the State Publicity Secretary of PDP, was at the organizing secretary of the PDP was at the zonal convention on 26th of May of PDP. Then on 27th, he picked the nomination form for expression of interest as area council chairman in Kuje area council. We say no! There cannot be a violation of our right as legitimate APC members, and we keep quiet to it. Beside that of Kuje area council, we equally have a similar experience too in Buhari area council. We say no! Stooge of Senator Philip Aduda have been implanted into the APC system to hijack our party that we have sweated and bled for. We say no to that.
We, the bona fide members of PDP, of APC, we have our respected aspirant who follow the due process, and we want the party to respect Article 9 of the Constitution of APC that says whenever a consensus cannot reach, a free, fair and credible party primary should be held, and there we will respect that. We will follow any other person that emerge.
And the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TED Fund, and the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NAITI, have signed a Memorandum of Understanding to enhance data and information sharing aimed at improving remittances to the fund and promoting greater transparency. Executive Secretary of TED Fund, Sonny Echono, at the signing ceremony held in Abuja, said the partnership would ensure accountability, particularly in the oil and gas and other extractive industry sector. Executive Secretary of NAITI, Orji Ogbonaya, described the agreement as both timely and significant as NAITI and TED Fund are united by a common goal to ensure that revenues earned from Nigeria's natural resources are not only transparently managed, but also efficiently deployed to promote development, reduce poverty, and advance national aspirations.
We are having a soon to be executed bill to become an act, new tax reform bills that you all are aware. There is a redesignation in terms of the name. We are going to be having development levy instead of education tax, but TED will be entitled to 50% of that education levy. So the same procedure, the same parameter, this same MOU will provide a framework for us to track. And I'm pleased to inform you that we really did make the Honorable Minister for Education made a specific, one of the major inputs he made to that bill is to ensure that there is a system still retained to be able to monitor inflows and to be able to verify that actual accruals are being collected. And so once our board of trustees will still be interested in knowing how much is coming into the education levy or the education tax, the development levy, development tax as it's going to be called, and because that is where we get 50%, 50% of that comes to us.
We have been relating with TED Fund because TED Fund takes 2% from education tax. It's now 3%. It's substantial. So we must be interested on how it's utilized. But whether that money after gets to TED Fund is what this MOU, what that question is asking. And it's not just putting data in the public domain. Are those data speaking to facts? So that's what this MOU is doing. Then if we find out, like it has information and have the information, it's not even me, he will chase the money himself. And TED Fund will be aware, because if you don't have information, there's a limit to which you can do. So he is asking for information. I will provide that information. If he needs us to work with him, and this MOU is saying he needs us, we will follow him and say, these companies are in X. Already we have a list of companies that are owing and what each one is owing, including what they are owing to TED Fund. But as you know, these monies come in two sources. If it's royalty, it comes from NUPRC. It's paid directly to NUPRC. Signature bonuses and all that. But if it's taxes, if there are taxes, it comes from FRS. So the interaction between TED Fund and FRS, NAITI will start at the middle to provide data for both parties to make sure that those remitters, they don't come to TED Fund directly. And these are things that we need to tidy up.
Welcome back. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and ABO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. pension departments. And oil prices rose on Tuesday, with analysts saying that uncertainty would keep prices elevated, even as there were no concrete signs of any production losses stemming from the Iran-Israel conflict for now. Brent crude futures climbed 54 cents to $73.77 a barrel. U.S. intermediate crude was up 58 cents at $72.35. Both contracts rose more than 2% earlier in the trading session, but also notched declines before bouncing back in volatile trading. Prices traded higher as there was still risk of further unrest and potential disruption of oil supply from the key Middle East producing region. And in other countries, Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni has signed into law an amendment that will allow, once again, civilians to be tried in military court under certain circumstances. A previous law permitting such trials was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in January. Before that ruling, civilians could be taken to a military tribunal if they had been found with military equipment like guns or army uniforms. Activists had complained that the law was used to persecute government critics. And still on the foreign scene, Israel and Iran exchanged missile fire for a fifth consecutive day on Tuesday, as U.S. President Donald Trump abruptly left the G7 summit and warned Tehran residents to immediately evacuate amid rising fears of a wider conflict. A new wave of Israeli strikes on Tehran, including a dramatic hit on state television's headquarters that the broadcaster said killed 3 people, prompted both sides to activate missile defense systems overnight. The Israeli military said it targeted multiple missile and UAV sites in western Iran, including surface-to-surface missile infrastructure, surface-to-air launchers, and drone storage facilities, in a statement accompanied by black and white footage showing missile launchers exploding. And finally, on sports, the Lafayette City Stadium will undergo a major upgrade ahead of the 2025-2026 season. The stadium is the home ground of Nigerian Premier Football League (NPFL) side Nasarawa United. The NPFL recently directed all clubs participating in the 2025-2026 season to upgrade their stadium facilities. Clubs that fail to adhere strictly to the directive will be forced to play their home matches on a neutral venue, according to the league body. And Chelsea kicked off their Club World Cup campaign with a solid 2-0 victory over Los Angeles FC Monday in Group D, although there were nearly 50,000 empty seats in the stadium in Atlanta. Pedro Neto and Enzo Fernandez goals got the Blues off to a good start in a competitive clash against one of the 3 qualified MLS teams. New signing Liam Delap made his debut as a substitute and helped set up Fernandez's strike, with Chelsea hoping to go far after the UEFA Conference League triumph and Champions League qualification, looking to re-establish themselves among the elite. And that wraps up our bulletin on News Now. Many thanks for joining us. I am Joy Uchejim. See you next.
Hello, Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption, not in my country.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems. And it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks. And we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and to give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life, and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests, and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about Lekki British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees for primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Charterhouse, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work, and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time, that even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio Comrade Razak Oladiolokoba, popularly called Komolokoba.
Thank you.
Welcome to the program today.
You. Good day, brother.
Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Yes, The Conversation is a topical issues program in which we look at happenings in Nigeria and in the diaspora. On The Conversation, there is no host. We are both having a conversation. On top of the bill today, we want to look at the latest happening in Nigeria, which is the recently released University Tertiary Matriculation Exam, Joint Admission Matriculation Board exam for admission into the universities. According to the results released by the Examination Board JAMB, over 78.5% of our students scored below 200 marks. The examination is 400 marks because you are expected to write 4 subjects of 100 marks each. And from the result release, over 78.5%, and it has become the talking point in town. A lot of people, to the extent that people have gone to the social media to claim that JAMB need to have a review of the marking scheme. Forgetting the fact that some people have also come up to say that during the examination, that a lot of the students, that some of the students in some examination centers where they witnessed that they didn't know how to make use of the computer. And these are students, if you do a thorough survey, some of them are with the latest launched GSM phones. So you wonder where the priority is for a student. And people have started putting the blame on our educational system. Well, if you ask me, I would say one, JAMB has, since the assumption into office of Professor Ishaq Oloyede, JAMB has been able to put its house in order. A lot of the exam fraud centers that they call magic centers are no longer in existence. In fact, in my own area, I know of one. When the JAMB examination registration fee was about 5,000, I don't know what it's less than 10,000 naira officially now. People were paying as much as 45,000, 100,000 to get magic score.
Claiming that it's coaching.
Yes, JAMB coaching center. But now, all those things have gradually faded away. So it's either you sit down to read and pass, or you sit down to do other things and fail. And if you look at the JAMB results in almost 10 years now, it has been a steady decline.
Yes. You see, we have always known that the racket in the educational sector will come to an end one day. That is, if we are serious. And thank God we have someone like Isaac Oloyede there. Except if you want to be dubious with our assessment, the man is doing very well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So the latest incident now was because JAMB took measures to avert
examination malpractices.
malpractices.
Yes.
So of course the new style of a computer.
Computer-based test, CBT.
We have done CBT. I do CBT in my last semester.
In fact, almost all examination in life, CBT has become the way of life.
So in 10-15 minutes, you become acclimatized with what they ask you to do. It's just use your mouse to click the answer. Yeah. There's no big deal.
There's no big deal. In fact, some of them don't know how to use the mouse.
Yes. It's a lie.
You don't be. I saw
under 15 minutes.
I saw somebody who told me that he was in a no. You know, I said I saw somebody. I know the person.
And what I'm saying is that under 15 minutes,
yes,
you will be able to do no and point cursor at whatever you want to pick. Well, under 15 minutes. So that might contribute to it. But the major reason why we had this terrible outcome from performance from our children, it's not because of that. You have mentioned it. The racket going no, so it's been foiled. That racket has been foiled.
Yeah.
See, we have to call it.
But even with the parents, don't we have blame?
Okay. You want us to start talking about?
Of course. Where
go do preamble and come back to the.
No, let us see where do we live? Is it about pointing finger, forgetting that is pointing back at
the parents? When you were writing my way in Babayaba, we call Babayaba that time, it was like a God, a thing God to us. If you want to go and write why, you will read and you still fail again.
Yes.
Then suddenly, our own generation, my own generation, we are the biggest culprits in this matter.
No, let me even tell you.
They say they don't want children to pass through the rigor you pass through. Whereas rigor is part of development.
It's part of development. It's what made us what we are today.
In primary 5, you will say you should not do primary 6. They will take them to university.
Yes.
And that university, they won't be able to cope. It has affected even my own children. He got double promotion 3 times in primary school. So he couldn't cope in secondary school. He was being bullied. Is it affect him today? I'm just trying to make him cope. Back. But you know our mothers, which is, when we say parents, is the mothers that we should blame most. Because they are the one they will go and look at other people's children and say the speed at which that boy is going, my own boy must be going in that speed.
Let me even give you my own personal history. My daughter, I met her with the mother discussing, and I said, what are you guys saying? They kept quiet. When immediately I came in, they both kept quiet.
And they know fathers will not
no, you know, so when the mother now went out, and I asked my daughter, I said, please, what is it you people were discussing? My daughter said, some of our mates, our colleagues, our classmates, they already have their GC 5 credits. I said, how did they do it? He said somebody wrote it for them at a special center. He said, but my mother said you will never agree.
Yes.
I said, but you know I will not agree. So my daughter now told me that, what about if I write it and I fail? I said, then you write again. If you fail, he said, then you'll be wasting your money. I said, this is my money.
The point is even that we should be prepared for the consequence in future, rushing them.
Yes,
because in countries,
and teaching them how to navigate, how to circumvent.
Because if you rush them to an extent, in the next 20 years now, we are going to face a lot of challenge in production line. Because people graduate 17, 18, primary school is less than 10, is they out of university. At 40, they will be retiring. Because 30 years is the mandatory retirement. So,
retirement period.
Who is going to fill in the production line for them? When we have the population of a young man that has retired at the age of 40, 50, out of circulation, countries slow down education deliberately so that they will meet up. So that they won't go and rest early in their life and be watching to do what again. When should be active. Yes. So, this is one of the exposure to the concern me and you have been raising all the time. And I think JAMB should continue. Parents should have a rethink that you are not helping your children if you write JAMB, if you do GC, if you do all sorts of things for them. You are not helping them.
Come to look about for the benefit of our viewers. Let me go back in history. That in 2016, 64% scored below. 64.24% scored below 200 marks. In 2017, 73%. You can see how we are dropping. In 2018, 74.1. Look at it from 2016. 2016 it was 64. 2017 it was 73. 2018, 74.1. 2019, 77%. 2022, 77.8%. That's 76.7%, sorry. 2024, again, 76.1%. God below. Now, 2025, 78. So, if any parent or any rational, dispassionate mind, when you look at our trajectory in the last 10 years, it's just like the Yoruba saying that, Ogede Mbaje, Elon Pon. The rots started not today.
Yes.
We laid the landmine for this rot.
Yes.
Where, like you have rightly said, a boy or a girl will be in primary school, allow her to finish or him to go through the full rigors of primary 1 to 6.
There's a
reason why it's in the curriculum.
Yes, there's a reason.
You circumvent it, say you want the son of my neighbor. He has gained admission.
But you can't cope with the exam. Someone will write it for him.
Somebody will write it for him.
And you are creating a problem for them in future because a friend will tell a friend, when they now want to contest election, they will now bring it out, that your exam was written by somebody for you. And there will be evidence.
Of course.
By the time you have half of our population suffering from this kind of challenge. How do you know? That's why I kept saying that the young people at their own time will lead. But with this attitude, they may not lead well. They will lead. So now, parents should know very, very well that they must tighten their belt. We have to tighten our belt if you want our children to meet up with other children in the rest of the world.
We have even misplaced our priority.
Yes.
As a parent, when we were growing up, none of us had the luxury
of using phone.
Anything you want to investigate, you go and
you
go to the library. But now you have they even have the phones on their feet in their.
So that library is on your palm.
It's on your palm. But no, they will be throughout the day. They will be on TikTok.
Yes.
And other things. So when you are not monitoring or mentoring your children in the academic field,
and you want him to excel,
you want him to excel,
that's a contradiction.
And again, we parents, we are fond of one thing: we abdicate all our responsibilities to our children, to the school
and government.
The other day, when my children they went on a midterm break, we went to the school. It's just for 3-4 days to take our children home. Then one of the parents, about 2 parents, now say, Mrs. Ajayi, please, I don't want this child to go with me. His wala is too much. Let him stay with me.
Imagine.
A child you get
Imagine. Yes.
So it is that teacher that should die.
Yes.
Helping you to take care of your
I say she doesn't have her own affairs.
Our own children to take care of.
So parenting is a very, very big challenge. And it starts from, I say that from my own generation. The mothers today who are in their 30s, 20s, they came from us.
Yes.
Who are in our almost 60s now. So, because we didn't give them that education about marital issue, parenting, and they also gave birth to the children. And you now imagine what kind of mother they will be. If you don't train them well, they can't become good mothers. So, it's not beyond redemption, though.
It's not absolutely.
We have to quickly reverse our step.
Yes, we have to look ourselves in the mirror.
Yeah, and that is where government come in. JAMB has done its own now.
JAMB has done very well.
Anybody that has failed, JAMB should not reverse that trend. If
they are calling for it, JAMB will review and the facts will come out.
Yes.
JAMB will
not. I mean, JAMB should not review that less than 200 can invest. No, that should be the consequence.
No, of course, yes. If we have to have lower intake,
let it be.
Let parents go and sit down.
And
school people that are allowing their children to write in special centers,
measures should be
there's no way for them again.
There should be penalty and consequence for people who write exam for people. That's one. Two, there will also be consequence for people who don't finish primary 6. Because that's where it begins. The people who have done it might have escaped. But henceforth, you should not be allowed again.
But at times there are exceptional students. It's allowed in any society.
My brother, that's any society.
Yes.
You see, a butterfly who wants to give birth to it, must go through some rigor. There's no how you cut the larva out if it didn't pass that to go. If it come out that if you help it to avoid that rigor, there will be problem. It's not only knowing how to write and pass the exam, the maturity, staying with his colleague and age, it's part of education.
Of course, I agree.
By the time I allow him to jump, look at Michael Jackson. The greatest problem Michael Jackson have is because it means his childhood.
Yeah,
he started mixing with small children at the later stage in life. So if you
take him away from
that childhood, he will be missing it. He will miss it so immediately you take him to miss primary 6, the picture, the end of the
phone,
the phone. Don't allow him to miss it. It's part of education. So when people put their argument, say, hey, don't put the boss life in danger. See, if you rush him and become a graduate at 17, where are they rushing to? All the rest of the world slow down the education. It's deliberate so that they will not become retarded later early in life. Well, if they be working at the age of 17, it's natural for them to rest after 35 years of their life. Once they rest at 47 or 50 years of age, they are supposed to be in production line because there will be deficiency. Certain population of the country must be in production line. You not retire them. There will be deficiency of production.
Thank you very much, Komele. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it from both of us that the JAMB result outcome for 2025 is a reflection of years of rot in which we have all contributed. So people should stop scapegoating anybody. Go and check yourself as a parent. Are you doing what you are supposed to do? As a teacher, are you doing what you are supposed to do in school? And for JAMB, we must commend Professor Ishakolede-led management board of JAMB for raising the tempo of our examination. Our examination now is world-class standard. There may be some little hiccups here and there, but the era of special centers, magic centers, is gradually becoming a nullity. It's no longer existing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are still watching the conversation committee from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nelson Ekudima. I see with me in the studio comrade Azakolade Olokoba. Comrade Olokoba, thank you for staying with us on the program today. Much. Yes, the next topic we are looking at today, we are looking at the issue in Rivers State. Recently, the governor of Rivers State was captured in a public event where he told his supporters to shift their confrontational style, that they are making matters worse for him. We are looking at how do we restore democracy to a democratic rule to Rivers State that is in suspension for 6 months by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in line with his constitutional powers in order to avert an economic, disaster that was staring us all in the face because of the political crisis engineered, aided, and abetted by the suspended governor, Similaye Fubara, who aborted the legislature in the state and ruled like a dictator. That was how the Supreme Court described him, that there was no government in Rivers as at then because it was just one man ruling at his whims and caprices, which was in total violation of our constitution. We also saw the Minister for FCT, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, also did a media interview where he affirmed, like we have heard, that Fubara is reaching out. And but if you look at the facts on the ground, I watched Fubara at the program for late Pa Edwin Clark. Yeah. I also watched the interview for the Minister for FCT, Nyesom Wike. And for me, I want to believe strongly that the person that needs to make peace most, who is the one at the receiving end, is the suspended governor.
Of course, you are right. Because as it is now, is the one that has been thoroughly decimated by his own making.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, he did it. Nobody pushed him. He undid himself.
The moment he did that to the parliament, an arm of government, I knew that this man will not likely end well as the governor of Rivers State. So, and he didn't reflect on what he did. We thought he did it momentarily. That what did I do? Begin to reverse his step. He didn't. He became so
more brutal.
Yeah,
more
but he was becoming more confident that he began to do more and more things After that, he didn't take budget to the
Yes, there was no parliament.
Then he cut ties completely with his
benefactor. Yes, his benefactor.
Which is everywhere in the world. Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, the Clintons, the Bush in America, they play a role in who becomes, and they mentor them.
Mentorship is part of life.
When Papa Enauro wanted to move the motion for independence, Awolowo was sitting behind him. So you call that the Godfather too?
Yes.
Which is Godfather?
Of course.
So I don't know where we get it from. Where that you say that people should not be mentored. People should just imagine in the life of people. You want to put 10 million people in the life of an individual.
And you say
you should not be mentored.
You should not be mentored.
Till tomorrow, Tinubu still calls some people for consultation.
Absolutely.
And that is why he didn't leave Lagos alone.
Yes, now.
He will guide Fashola.
Even former President Muhammadu Buhari, as a president, now, just like you have said, he was still taking consultation. He was still going to some people what do I do here?
Yes. Even if Tinubu goes to meet Buhari will still consult.
Yes, because we have.
What do we do?
Yeah, we are Africans, and we have this saying that yes. You cannot have the wisdom of the elders.
Yeah.
There are some people who came before you.
The young people might be vibrant.
They have seen life more than you.
So, in the case of Fubara, he thought he can go it alone. I know in every crisis there are beneficiaries.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Just like in the oil, the oil
but
sector.
when the chips are down, you bear your cross alone.
He's bearing his cross alone now.
Yes.
In the history of this country, if he didn't come back, it would be the most disgraced governor out of office. Because he had all the things to succeed. Your state is prospering.
Yes.
Nothing. Just have your mentor discuss with him and see if he makes.
This is what we are planning to do.
That's okay.
He's not going to direct you how to go because you are an adult.
I heard later that it was the same person that Wike was trying to protect from being decimated by people who doesn't want him to become governor. So is it the same person Wike was protecting that time before he became the governor? So it's the same person that behaved like that. That's not fair. It's not. You don't treat your mentor like that. We're not talking and see. We are not saying that the pocket or rivers should be handed over. That's what we're saying.
Absolutely not.
For someone who navigated the rivers for 8 years, you said I should not have an input in
what becomes after.
No.
Nobody can allow it. We must be honest.
Like we have said,
sincere when we are talking about
very, very correct when you said that the situation on ground now, it is Fubara that is injured thoroughly. Politically, is the one the most injured. So, if he wants the situation to go away, he must be willing to be completely humble.
Yes, he must go the whole hog.
There's here an air of arrogance in him. One, you are not willing to talk to Wike until you are impressed to. You don't want to talk to members of the family and say the way he even discouraged his followers. He said that you have to persuade them. Because there's something they see in you. That's why they follow you, even with his money.
Yes.
Even if it's because there's a benefit.
Yeah.
Even if because there's a Good Friday every Friday for them.
Yeah.
There's a reason. So you have to placate your followers. And it is the same spirit that he also insulted Wike. You don't discard people like that. So, and that's why I blame Wike. He didn't give him that tutelage very well. Because for him to behave like this, don't you lecture him about the complexity of governance? Don't you tell him that the road might be, so that he will be prepared? But and there's something you will always disagree with me.
But wait, look about
like in Kwara now.
Before you go
the governor of my state is a businessman throughout his life, but he's not behaving like as a governor. He's running affair in Kwara as if he's running his own oil company, and that's why INEC should give all these people political education. All the benefits he inherited when he became the governor in Kwara. They fought him, Lai fought him, Bemsola fought him. Even Salu Mustafa, Lukman Mustafa, everybody have become his enemy. So that's why, see, INEC needs to educate these people.
INEC doesn't have that powers under the. That's what I'm saying.
That power must be there. That
that's
what I'm advocating.
Yes, that's an. INEC does not have it now.
There must be that legislation to give INEC that power to educate them. But see, if you want to become the president, if you lose this election, that's not the end of your life. You must be willing to become a progressive opposition. Even if you now win, don't decimate your opposition. That should be that given. That's what you keep reminding them. Whether it's our duty or civil, I don't know. Maybe it's our duty.
I believe there
or maybe it's duty of Nigeria. I don't know.
I believe there are institutions of states that when you get into public office,
Protocol.
You know, you are made to undergo some, you know, tutorials.
It's protocol,
yes.
not a political
So
pressure.
if you see,
it's majorly protocol.
Yeah, but even as at that, the character, the attitude a lot of us exhibit is what we come from with from our homes. So if we are talking about a Fubara today that is at the receiving end, you expect that those actions he took, those unconstitutional and illegal actions he took, he should have learnt
how those period.
Yes, even when it was, because from the records, it was once the Accountant General of Rivers State.
Okay.
So for you to hold that key position in a state, it means you have passed through
certain tutelage.
Yes. So you don't expect him to have behaved the way he behaved.
Maybe you should be more conscious than that. You should be more deliberate in that, more deliberate about it. See, in the last 5 years, the most bashed governor of any state is Sanwo-Olu, but he maintained his calm. He's responsible for everything that is not his business.
Of course.
COVID-19, not his business.
Yes.
NSAS, not his. He maintained his calm. He didn't misbehave. There was the late governor of Oyo State. When he was talking to, he said, "We are the constitutional authority." May his soul rest in peace. But he didn't see Sanwo-Olu being
so Ajimobi, late Ajimobi, Abiola Ajimobi, yes.
So Fubara needs more political education, and if he goes to come out of this, he needs to go and sit down with somebody so that people will teach him how to navigate it. He has to be extremely humble and be willing to concede.
Well, you can't put it better than that. Like Kombele Okoba, like you have rightly said, we are more interested in the return of constitutionalism to Rivers State. We recognize the necessity why the state of emergency was declared, even though some parties are in court today and they are seeking the judicial interpretation of that action. But we on the conversation, Nelson Ekujimi, I stand behind President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because it was a political crisis that was degenerating into an economic crisis. And as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is responsible for the security and welfare of Nigerians, he cannot allow any part of Nigeria to go up.
He took the right decision.
He took the right decision. He took a presidential decision. And on that we stand. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is how far I want to go today on the conversation. We've had a very beautiful conversation. We have two beautiful conversations. Till we come your way again next time, please consider to watch the conversation on TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés qu'on a initié. Intégrer les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension. Et on nous a déguerpis et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Notre projet d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
da kamar ina tare da waya ta ma za ku ga hamada sama da ni na ɗauka waya
kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana sirrin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ko
gurin kiwon ma babu, gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai. Duk inda muke da gonakai gurin Sahara ya cinye. Gurin kiwo Sahara ya cinye. Kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya. Wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya. Wani gangare ka shiga. Ko ka gani ka sai ya tudu da ba kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi. Karuwa yake
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, dab da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na takwarawa hamada mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan jari hamada ta riga ta cika cikin wannan lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma a ɓangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
dia jonde jam goɗɗo ɗon jonde jam goɗɗo ɗon bo resi ndiyam ayi kawgaje ma ndiyam wala tewa masa ndiyam timmi woɓɓe fuure masiri majum hanjum riwoy ɓe waddi ɓe ɗo yawwa on ɓe jiiɗa yawan shiɗo fu
sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan
akwai
na biya kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana
kai kamar 100
wato wanda suka bar nan wajen
take kaɗan ɗin
a sanadiyan wannan to ya kuke fama da baki
around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the even the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent, more often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They will have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
ruwan baɗi irin na ba saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga wurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin ki yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma yayi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
yaran makiyaye kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron na kawai sai ya taho da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya toka mu adda da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su. Amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su. Suka shiga ka zauna kuma abin da sauran shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar ni muhimmanci
gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
That all affected the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Ok, kana ka ɗauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba
the footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton da aka mutu a cikin su.
To a tsarin mu na kuma kare lamba sai ya jawo a gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An karɓe burtali da sauransu. Mun hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. In suka zo kuma ba za tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane kuma ba za tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk that cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da 500 da samu a cikin kwarin.
Welcome to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has appreciated President Bola Tinubu for finally deciding to visit the scene of the brutal killings in Benue State. The former Anambra State governor, however, said the president's intended visit to Benue State on Wednesday was not enough, adding that he should also visit the victims of devastating flood in the Mokwa area of Niger State, also in the north-central Nigeria. And a prominent Isoko political youth group has issued a strong demand for the immediate suspension of the ongoing war delineation exercise being undertaken by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in Delta South Senatorial District, warning that the process could destabilize the region's fragile ethnic harmony. Speaking during a press briefing held in Asaba, leaders of the Isoko political youth leaders of thought accused unnamed political actors of plotting to alter the long-standing ethnic balance in the area for strategic advantage ahead of the 2031 governorship election. And the Murtala Mohammed International Airport Command of the Nigerian Customs Service has refuted allegations of extortion against the GHR command by an American returnee, Oke Adekega. The command's public relations officer, Usman Abdul, said in a statement in Lagos that the command had commenced a full-scale investigation to establish the facts of the matter. And Air Peace has dismissed claims by the senator representing Edo North, Adams Oshomole, that he was extorted and unfairly denied boarding, stating that the former Edo State governor did not check in online, as alleged, and arrived late for his scheduled flight. Speaking during a televised interview, Air Peace Operations Manager Ayodeji Adeyemi rejected what he described as false allegations made by the senator, suggesting that they may have been motivated by personal reasons. And on business, oil marketers under the auspices of the Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria have cried out to the federal government and industry regulators, including the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, to curb the expansion moves by the Dangote refinery to distribute petrol and diesel freely to retail outlets and large users across the country. And on the foreign scene, Israel and Iran exchanged missile fire for a fifth consecutive day on Tuesday as U.S. President Donald Trump abruptly left the G7 summit, warned that Tehran residents to immediately evacuate amid rising fears of a wider conflict. A new wave of Israeli strikes on Tehran, including a dramatic hit on a state television's headquarters that the broadcaster said killed 3 people, prompted both sides to activate missile defense systems overnight. And finally, on sport, world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka apologized on Tuesday for a statement she made after losing the French Open final to Coco Gauff earlier in June. Sabalenka lost to Gauff in 3 sets at Roland Garros, with the American coming back from a set down to win her first French Open title. Speaking with reporters after the loss, the 27-year-old said the match was the worst final she had ever played. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at the top of the hour.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously...
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding and then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, we were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oflifa twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it will be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done, and then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something, and not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person. I'm not rich. It cost me so much, and but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. In keeping with his administration commitment to delivering quality education for students in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened state-of-the-art classroom blocks, complete with a mini football pitch and a multi-purpose sports court at Keme Balogun Junior Senior College in Ibeshe, Ikorodu. The inauguration marked the commissioning of 16 state-of-the-art classroom blocks for secondary schools, facilitated by the Special Committee on the Rehabilitation of Public Schools across the 6th Education District in Lagos State, in line with the state's Team Plugs agenda. Please take a look at the new state-of-art classroom blocks for secondary schools.
The commissioning of the new classroom blocks is expected to enhance the school's learning environment and improve the quality of education. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was received by a large crowd of residents and students, said the simultaneous inauguration of 16 new blocks of classrooms across the state is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing top-quality education for all residents. The governor further emphasized that the construction and renovation of these schools not only improve educational quality but also create jobs, stimulate the local economy, and provide livelihoods for workers involved in the projects.
Do one commission or two, we have to do it in concurrent and in large number. And today, in the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did road to us passionately and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep a promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 pals. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them.
In the address, other speakers say the structures would not only enhance academic excellence, but also provide a conducive environment for learning.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a shining testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students.
Keme Balogun got attention following instructions from Mr. Governor when he got information that the first set of the classroom blocks had 3 bungalows here before. To my left here, you see 2 bungalows still existing. In between those 2 bungalows, there is another one. So when we came here, we realized that they are all in derelict situations. We conducted some soil tests, and the result of the soil test immediately advised that we need to demolish one of the bungalows. When we did that, it became obvious that the classroom to student ratio was not adequate. The population spiked, and as a result, when we approached Mr. Governor, the situation we are having here, he instructed the construction of the edifice we are seeing to my right. Thank you very much, sir. To do this building, typical with our modus operandi, standard operating procedures of scripts that have been laid down by Mr. Celibo, we conducted a structural test in this environment to be sure of the type of foundation we are going to put this building on. Because we don't want to assume that Ikorodu is solid soil. So what we do generally as a standard operating procedure that Mr. Governor has insisted we go through is to do a soil test to be sure, because we don't want to have any collapse.
The Lagos government says it has constructed about 1,290 blocks of classrooms across the 6 education districts of the state and also rehabilitated over 4,000 classrooms in both primary and secondary schools in the state within 6 years. It's promised to deliver some of the ongoing road projects in Ikorodu and build more primary and secondary schools for the benefit of the residents.
Education is the future of any nation. So it's to be paid, to pay close attention. But where I want improvement is the teachers, because teachers can only teach what they know. So our teachers in those schools need more trainings, because they can't give what they don't have. What I've observed is that some of the teachers are not even qualified to teach. So they should pay attention to this. Their trainings, they need to be trained to train. If they don't have the training, no matter what facility they put down, nothing will, because it's what goes into the hearts of the children that will come out in the society. So education is very fundamental. It's a vital key to the development of a state, a nation, or any country. So that's my take on that. They should pay attention to the teachers. Because if you have a teacher that knows what they are teaching, the children will learn well and they will understand what they are learning. Teachers determine how, because these teachers are like leaders, they're like role models to the students.
We shouldn't even be thanking them for that. It is the right of every Nigerian to be educated. Constitutionally, at least from the primary school to secondary school, at least, every student, every Nigerian child has that constitutional, right to that educational, stages of the stages. You understand? For me, I believe we are still lagging. So many out-of-school children, especially in the north, we are better off here in the south, but we can do more. We have always taken the forefront in terms of education. We continue to do more. There are so many of our children out there who are not in school today. If the education is made affordable, if classrooms are moved closer to those children, there wouldn't be any need for them to trek miles before getting to their school, or entering buses that will take them kilometers before they get to their school. Schools should be brought closer to them, and if it's not brought closer to them, there should be programs, facilities that will ensure that they are taken to school and brought back home. Then again, it must be affordable. It's even, I believe it should be a criminal offense for any family or parent not to send its ward to school, especially where the government has provided the needed classrooms. And I believe, while I do not want to thank the government because it is right of every Nigerian to go to school, I believe they should do more, and they are trying. I want to appreciate them for that.
Corruption not in my country.
Hello. Alhaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. That is truly commendable by the governor. Our next story focuses on the commissioning of the new bus terminal in Abule Egba suburb of Orile Agege Local Council Development Area in Lagos State, which has now been integrated into a expanding network of modernized public bus stations connecting various communities in Lagos. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu officially commissioned the newly completed Abule Egba bus terminal, aimed at improving and facilitating seamless mass transportation between suburb and other parts of metropolis. Can you take a look?
This new Abule Egba bus terminal has officially been opened to the public by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu alongside his deputy Femi Amzat and other stakeholders. The launch is part of Governor Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to build a seamless and integrated transportation network that will provide Lagos residents with improved daily commuting. The governor, speaking at the event, disclosed that the project is a fulfillment of his pledge to upgrade the public transportation system for the people of Lagos.
Today, here in the ever-bustling Abule Egba, we're here to hand over to the people another public infrastructure that will aid their seamless commuting from here to other parts of Lagos and even perhaps to other parts of the country. This infrastructure reflects our commitment to continuously enhance our public transportation system. We're strengthening connectivity and we're improving the overall experience of our commuters. We are dedicated to taking ongoing steps to advance and to modernize public transportation across the state. You see that in addition to the blue line, to the red line that are in operation, you are aware that we are making moves to kickstart a 68-kilometer green line from Marina to the Lekki Free Trade Zone. You are also aware that we're in discussion stage, haven't done some feasibility on the Purple Line, which is a 60-kilometer from Volkswagen, which is an offshoot from the Blue Line, to all the way into Ogun State, the redemption camp by Mowe. We believe these are all connectivity that will enhance the rail infrastructure. You'll recall sometime last year that we went and signed MOU with Czech and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated to bring about the fusion of the Green Line. And I'm happy that work is starting very soon. Discussions are in advanced stages. Designs and drawings are being completed. And before the end of this year, you will begin to see the construction of that all-important Green Line project. That project, when completed, even has a capacity to carry well over 600,000 passengers at its peak. And so this is big public transportation solution that we're about. I'm happy that thank you. I'm happy that our rail infrastructure continue to contribute to the mobility of Lagosians. To further enhance that, we are also improving and enhancing our bus services. We are anticipating the arrival of new CNG buses and electric buses by the third quarter of this year. They are being produced as we speak, and I believe everything will be done preparatively to begin to receive these buses before the end of this year. This, we believe, would be a major addition to our current fleet, which will improve availability of buses and reduce waiting times at all bus corridors.
Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation Oluwaseun Osiyemi, through his permanent secretary, said the state policy reflects the government's commitment to safe, reliable and affordable transportation for all residents.
This is more so as the movement of commuters, goods and services from place to place are vital and inseparable aspects of global and urban economic survival. Over the years, the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation has reflected the contemporary realities and the vision of the present administration as regards equipping Lagosians with an efficient and effective transport system. This informed the various policies the ministry adopted to ensure reduction in traffic congestion at places where otherwise motorists and commuters spend many unproductive hours in traffic. You will all recall the executive order signed by Mr. Governor on traffic management, following which very critical junctions were identified and remodeled to mitigate traffic gridlock. The government has worked on these junctions to engender better traffic flow. We can attest to the salutary effects of such improvement on Allen Roundabout, Lekki First and Second Roundabout, and the ongoing improvement at Tony Okpebi Allen and at the border subdivision areas. To better manage traffic-related issues such as overspeeding and indiscipline on the road, the government, through the ministry, has installed ITS in some areas of Lagos State. We have installed e-police sites at Allen Avenue Junction and Nuruddin Olookoko Road. We have also installed road signs to inform motorists of these regulations. About a year ago, Mr. Governor unveiled the state transport policy, a roadmap to Lagos' brighter, more effective, efficient, and sustainable future. Mr. Governor informed that the policy became necessary to eliminate the barrage of transport challenges facing the state's transport system, ranging from traffic congestion to pollution and inadequate infrastructure. The Lagos State transport policy is built upon a foundation of inclusivity, sustainability, and innovation. It embodies the government's commitment to providing safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options for all residents, regardless of their socio-economic status or location within the state, as well as integrating our various modes of transportation. The soon-to-be commissioned Abelegba bus terminal therefore reflects the letters and spirit of the Lagos State transport policy. It is to provide a central place for connecting to different parts of Lagos, and based on this, I want to congratulate Mr. Governor on commissioning yet another impactful and life-changing infrastructure for the Abelegba community of Agege and the entire Lagos State. Mr. Governor, please be assured of our desire to continue to work until the last hour of this administration to bring your vision and that of the state government to reality.
This administration prioritizes traffic management and transport as the first pillar of its Themes Plus agenda. The Lagos State government has been and is still investing in the provision of infrastructure for public transportation, including rail, bus services, and water transportation. To properly coordinate bus operations in communities, bus terminals are necessary and are thus provided. Bus terminals are important because they provide a central location for passengers to board and exit buses and connect to other forms of transportation. To date, the Lagos State government has provided bus terminals in Ikeja, Oshodi Transit Interchange, Aja, Oyingbo, Yaba, Ojota, Ifakoijaye, and now at Abule Egba. Iyano Ipaja bus terminal is currently also under construction. Like other terminals before this, Abule Egba terminal has loading bays, a terminal building with a customer service area, a waiting area, spaces for restaurants and other commercial services, offices for ground staff and other BOCs, public conveniences, a water treatment plant, and provision for green energy, amongst others.
This development has integrated Abule Egba, located in the Orile Agege Local Council Development Area, into Lagos's growing network of communities connected by modern public bus stations. Abule Egba residents have commended the governor for the project but urged for affordable bus fares.
Abule Egba too is moving forward. If you look at the Abule Egba and they've changed it compared to 5-10 years backward, because I lived at Songo, something like that. But they've changed the face of Lagos as a whole, and they are building gradually. So I will tell Lagos State as a whole that they should remember us in Badagry. Presently, I reside in Badagry. God will help them. They've tried concerning the express road there, and God will help them to do more and more to all sectors, all areas in Lagos State, up Lagos State, up Nigeria.
When you are partaking in BRT buses, it applies to everyone, whether you own a car or you don't. It decongest the traffic on the highways, so everybody don't have to put their cars on the road. So sometimes if you don't have a special function, you can just leave your car back home and make use of the public transport like the BRT. So the one in Abule Egba, I think it's like, you know, and because that place is heading towards Ogun State, Abeokuta. So if you are able to get there faster, you can, you know, continue your journey to other areas. And people that are staying there, they can easily live like in outskirts of Lagos, while they live there. And they can go to work and come back on time without wearing out. So it's helping the masses a lot.
Sanwo-Olu added that the state expects new CNG and electric buses by the third quarter of 2025 with the aim to enhance Lagos bus services. He also urged residents to take ownership of the
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Edo State Police Command has arrested a 32-year-old Basi Inyong-Uwe from Akwa Ibom State for allegedly kidnapping and killing his employer in the state. The Public Relations Officer of the command, Moses Yamu, confirmed this on Monday to newsmen in Benin City. Yamu said the anti-kidnapping squad of the command deployed technicalities to arrest the suspect in a creek at Eyoabasi village in Oron, Akwa Ibom State. And the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, has said that medical personnel, including doctors and nurses trained in Nigeria, must be motivated with the right work conditions to remain in the country and not migrate overseas. Obasanjo stated this when he commissioned, renovated and rehabilitated Yari Bukara Specialist Hospital in Zamfara State on Tuesday. And the Labour Party has condemned the mass killings in Benue State and called for an urgent deployment of security forces to vulnerable communities across Nigeria's north-central region. Describing the attacks as a fresh wave of senseless killings, the party's National Caretaker Committee, led by Senator Ninadi Usman, demanded a full-scale investigation and immediate prosecution of the perpetrators, regardless of their affiliations or social status. And the ongoing 2025 Hajj exercise continues to witness significant progress in the airlift of Nigerian pilgrims, with the total number of returnees now standing at 6,528 as Max Air completed its 16th flight on Tuesday. According to an update from the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, Command and Control Center in Makkah, the Max Air flight VM265 departed Jeddah for Lagos on Tuesday, June 17, 2025. The flight conveyed a total of 560 individuals, comprising 550 pilgrims and 10 officials. And the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NATI, has stated that a total of approximately 1.024 trillion naira in revenue accrued to the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, from education tax over a 5-year period. The Executive Secretary of NATI, Orji Ogbonaya, stated this in Abuja at the Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony between NATI and TET Fund, according to a statement by NATI's Deputy Director of Communications and Stakeholder Management, Chris Ochono. And more than 600 foreign nationals have crossed from Iran into neighboring Azerbaijan since Israel began striking the country last Friday, a government official in Baku has said. The evacuees who crossed the border via the Astara checkpoint on the Caspian Sea coast are being transported to Baku airport and flown to their home countries on international flights, according to resources. And finally, on sport, Manchester United Chief Executive Omar Barada is sticking with his aim of marking the club's 150th anniversary in 2028 by winning the Men's and Women's League titles. Barada first outlined Project 150 to staff in September 2024. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at the top of the hour.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online. Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section.
So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Wait, clap for yourself, clap for yourself. Thank you. Open up your mouth.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and that will be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Gorée Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, but he knows it very, very, very in a high level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Holding on to hope can provide strength and resilience if tomorrow is truly assured. Is our tomorrow assured? Ours is a hopeless renewal. Just 2 years into a 4-year term of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, him and his team are already fixated on a second term, despite their inability to ensure the security and welfare of the average Nigerians as provided by the Constitution. Anyway, you can say the opposition party also are discussing 2027 and attempting to form a coalition front against the president's ambition in 2027. Anyway, typically, one can say why it is the responsibility of the ruling party to govern well, to remain in power. It is also the duty of the opposition party to find a common front to defeat a ruling party. They are all playing politics. After all, when President Tinubu did opposition, he himself seek coalition against the then ruling government of People's Democratic Party, PDP. However, the question is this ruling party governing well? And are the opposition actually ready for a coalition? Even though some of us know the answer, but just follow me small. Make we attempt the answer together. You will agree with me that the current opposition is not as fierce as Tinubu and his team, where they were in opposition and formed the All Progressive Congress, then nicknamed Angry Politicians Congress. For the current opposition to be taken seriously, they must show purposefulness and selflessness. Not this one where we see our serial contestants they position himself to run against Tinubu in 2027. Or in some cases where some person for Port Harcourt who don't take government since 1999, from speaker to governor to minister, and the first 2 years when they hold the outside of government, they're already feeling hot. The opposition must be ready to sit back and support credible candidates. Otherwise, I don't call anybody name, I just give free advice when they no sick. Now to the next question. Imagine the arrogance of the ruling party. It's just midterm into the tenure of this government, and whilst the people they swore to protect are crying of hunger and waiting for the promised hope that they promised in their campaign, the 2027 election is already in their mind as if it is 6 months away. They are busy endorsing the president for a second term, not on the basis of performance, but because of coercion and state capture. As people now even jokingly say that the electoral umpire, INEC, is now an arm of the ruling party. Oh, my show. Anyway, so assessing the midterm performance of the administration, I will say why the President Tinubu's twin policy of subsidy removal from fuel and unification of the forest, an increase in the price of electricity and other essential infrastructural services is putting more money in the hands of the state and federal government, even though, they are still consistently borrowing. This policy, I can say, has ensured relative stability in the financial market. And then also, you have power more than the electric power supply in some areas. And then consistently, though expensive, PMS at the gas station, courtesy Dangote and others, because NNPC know they work. But however, the hunger and the general insecurity in the land is rising in quadruple as this ordinary citizen can no longer afford the basic necessities of life. So why the president has consistently informed Nigeria that he feels our pain, I can assure you that the reforms are necessary for a better future. On the contrary, the people around the president, including members of our National Assembly and the governors, are living as though we're in an economic boom, as their convoy and retinue of cars and aids, including that of the president, is now longer than necessary. You just imagine, in 24 months, President Tinubu has borrowed about 17.8 billion from the World Bank. And the ordinary man is not feeling it. I don't have a problem with borrowing, though. It must be put to purposeful use. Because the president has deprived the public of subsidy as sustainable. Nobody's arguing with that. But yet, the government has continued to subsidize the lifestyle of political class as their ostentatious lifestyle continue to put a lie to the narrative that there's hunger and pain in the land, or in the mind of outsiders. Now, EFCC, they are more fixated on arresting Yahoo boys and those that abuse the naira than dealing with official corruption. Insecurity, kidnapping, and killing in the country has become an acceptable phenomenon as we now wake up daily to pay condolences to friends and family in various states. Play 2 is still in our mind. Why the government is celebrating their mid-term scorecard with the creation of regional development agencies or commission? Are they talking about sustainable funding for these agencies? There's no clear-cut policy direction from both the federal and the state government on their next 2 years' agenda and realizable economic plan and program with actualization date and timeline on poverty alleviation, education, small and low-income housing, wealth creation, industrialization, gender equality, fiscal federalism, state policing, banditry, terrorism, open grazing, and even the value of the life of the ordinary Nigeria. What does it mean to them, apart from all of this blind endorsement here and there? Nobody is thinking of changing our education curriculum from job seekers to job creators as we continue to sell our raw materials and then import finished goods. What can one really point to in the last 2 years of this administration that has truly inspire hope in the ordinary Nigeria, apart from the hope to APC and their acolytes, and even some other politicians at the state level? Anyway, their supporters will always tell them that, Your Excellency, are the best thing to happen to Nigeria after independence. Anyway, it is not new because people before you were told the same thing. And people that will come after you will be told the same thing. So for us, Nigerians, in the midst of all of this crisis, we must continue to lift up the Nigerian spirit and ensure that the discussion, the conversation, both in government and in opposition, is centered around creating purposeful governance that will truly guarantee urban and rural housing development, creation of a knowledge-based economy, ensure a safe environment and country, enable industrialization and increase productivity capacity, build sustainable infrastructure, and ensure food sufficiency and security, because these are the things that will actually enhance our local currency and grow economy in the long run. Otherwise, without these things, if the opposition and people in government let them campaign from now till 2033 or 2050, the situation will keep nosediving from bad to worse. And this set of the politicians might be remembered someday as the ones that visited enormous pain on the people, despite having enough money in their pockets. So I will therefore advocate, irrespective of the coalition of the opposition, President Tinubu should avoid the temptation of jumping on the bandwagon of 2027 campaign in 2025 when he's here to deliver on the promises of 2023. His primary objective now should be how to fund a research that will give him a clear vision on how to turn the developmental tide of this country in the next 2 years, using the low-hanging fruits indices like fighting insecurity headlong, making farms safer, creating task force on communal farming to drive mechanized farming at every local government area in the country, monitor and adequately fund and change the curriculum of technical education in the country to develop collaboration that will genuinely create industries that will turn our raw materials into finished product here in Nigeria rather than exporting them. And there are other opportunities too. That way, he would not be afraid of the gathering of the opposition, as the masses who would have benefited from his program would be the ones to do the campaign while he goes to sleep on election day, and they will just wake him to come and say, come and continue. These things are not rocket science. But anyway, I guess where you are in government, you don't see clearly until you're outside of government. That is why when you're outside of government, you criticize. Once you get there, You are blind. Anyway, make I stop here so that we can also listen to your comment on all our social media platforms shown on your screen. And please feel free to share so that them say go to hear our voice. They say once you choose hope, anything is possible. But here in Nigeria, they shove hope down our throat and everything became impossible. See you next If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you who will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, maybe for Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary, must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees for primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Charterhouse, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? when even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in River State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of fashion? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So it no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Edo State Police Command has arrested a 32-year-old Basi Inyong-Uwe from Akwa Ibom State for allegedly kidnapping and killing his employer in the state. The public relations officer of the command, Moses Yamu, confirmed this on Monday to newsmen in Benin City. Yamu said the anti-kidnapping squad of the command deployed technicalities to arrest the suspect in a creek at Eyoabasi village in Uron, Akwa Ibom State. And the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, has said that medical personnel, including doctors and nurses trained in Nigeria, must be motivated with the right work conditions to remain in the country and not migrate overseas. Obasanjo stated this when he commissioned the renovated and rehabilitated Yari Bukara Specialist Hospital in Zamfara State on Tuesday. And the Labour Party has condemned the mass killings in Benue State and called for an urgent deployment of security forces to vulnerable communities across Nigeria's north-central region. Describing the attacks as a fresh wave of senseless killings, the party's National Caretaker Committee, led by Senator Ninadi Usman, demanded a full-scale investigation and immediate prosecution of the perpetrators, regardless of their affiliations or social status. And the ongoing 2025 Hajj exercise continues to witness significant progress in the airlift of Nigerian pilgrims, with the total number of returnees now standing at 6,528 as Max Air completed its 16th flight on Tuesday. According to an update from the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, Command and Control Center in Makkah, the Max Air flight VM265 departed Jeddah for Lagos on Tuesday, June 17, 2025. The flight conveyed a total of 560 individuals, comprising 550 pilgrims and 10 officials. And the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NATI, has stated that a total of approximately 1.024 trillion naira in revenue accrued to the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, from education tax over a 5-year period. The Executive Secretary of NATI, Orji Ogbonaya, stated this in Abuja at the Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony between NATI and TET Fund. according to a statement by NATI's Deputy Director of Communications and Stakeholder Management, Chris Ochono. And more than 600 foreign nationals have crossed from Iran into neighboring Azerbaijan since Israel began striking the country last Friday, a government official in Baku has said. The evacuees who crossed the border via the Astara checkpoint on the Caspian Sea coast are being transported to Baku airport and flown to their home countries on international flights, according to resources. And finally, on sport, Manchester United Chief Executive Omar Barada is sticking with his aim of marking the club's 150th anniversary in 2028 by winning the men's and women's league titles. Barada first outlined Project 150 to staff in September 2024. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates out of the hour.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni.
We begin with a significant development from the National Assembly, as more than 6 decades after it was first enacted, the Nigerian Senate has commenced the process of repealing and reenacting the Ministry of Finance Incorporated Act, a move aimed at overhauling how the nation's public assets are managed. The new legislation, Ministry of Finance Incorporated Act of 2025, sponsored by the Senator representing Niger East, Sani Musa, seeks to reposition MOFI as a commercially driven, performance-oriented institution. The goal to align Nigeria's oversight management practices with international standard. MOFI was established in 1959, responsible for managing the Nigerian government's equity investment in various enterprises. Senator Musa, who also chairs the Senate Committee on Finance, says the bill will usher in an era of efficiency and accountability. And consumer confidence in the United States improved significantly in May 2025. That's following a truce in the ongoing trade war between Washington and Beijing. Now, this marks a positive turn after 5 consecutive months of declining sentiment. The Conference Board, a global economic research group, reported on the 27th of May that its consumer confidence index rose by 12.3 points to reach 98.0% in May 2025. Now, this figure exceeded economic expectations, who had predicted a more modest increase to 87.0%. About half of the survey responses were collected after May 12th, when the White House announced a temporary deal to reduce tariffs on Chinese import from 145% to 30% for 90 days. We'll go on a break now and be back with company news. Welcome back. E-hailing drivers under the Lagos State-backed large ride platform have raised serious concerns. Now, in a strongly worded statement, the Amalgamated Union of App-Based Transporters of Nigeria accused the platform managing companies of persistent failures and exploitative practices. The union's PRO, Stephen Imidoye, said many drivers referred to as captains struggle to get ride requests, especially outside Lagos Highland and the city center. Areas like Ikorodu, Badagry, Igondo, Abulo Egba, and Alagbado reportedly suffer from low demand even during peak hours. The drivers blame the problem on poor app functionality, a lack of market research, and minimal advertisement. And in Abuja, the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund has announced a new collaboration with the National Identity Management Commission. The aim is to integrate data from the Employees' Compensation Scheme into the National Identity Database, a move officials say will improve efficiency, transparency, and security in processing workplace injury claims. The managing director of the NSITF, Oluwaseun Faleye, emphasized that linking employee biodata to their national identity numbers will allow for faster and more accurate validation. We'll take a breather here, but when Money Matters return, we'll be discussing the Nigerian government saying it would not invest in establishing a national carrier for the country. I'll bring you more details after this break. Welcome back. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has declared that the Nigerian government is not going to invest any funds in establishing a national carrier for the country. Keyamo said the government would rather focus on creating a policy-driven environment that empowers local airlines to thrive, rather than pursuing a government-funded national airline. Now, this statement follows his earlier comment where he confirmed a strategic shift in aviation policy to strengthen domestic airlines amid widespread calls for a national national carrier. According to Keyamo, the current administration is prioritizing reforms aimed at supporting local operators. Keyamo further clarified that while the Nigerian government will not invest in a national carrier, it remains open to proposals from public or private investors, both Nigerian and foreign, interested in establishing one. He cited recent policies that have enabled airlines to access aircraft for their operations, including the revised insurance regulations on leased aircraft. Now, this move aims to make aircraft more accessible and also reduce airfares in Nigeria.
We should realize that in the whole of Africa, like she said, that has been my sing-song. Nigeria is unique. Nigeria is very unique. It's only in Nigeria and Africa you have a wholly private sector-driven industry right now. And if you have a private sector-driven industry, your policies must shift. As the dynamics change, government policy must change to meet the dynamics. And I said, if we are not running a national airline now, even the ones we want to run are pseudo-national airlines because it is just our franchise we are selling if we have to. Government is not funding, cannot fund, and will not fund any national airline. So if you go and pay anything and bring it there and say national airline, in street sense, it's not a national airline. No matter what you paint on it's not. It's not. Because it's not funded by government. So it's not a national airline. What you are selling is the franchise, is the traffic and the front and our buses. Because the national airline gets the first right over those routes before any other airline. That's what you are selling. Right? So we cannot really have this. But it's only in Nigeria. Other African countries, from Rwanda Air to Egypt Air to Moroccan Air to South African Air to Ugandan Airlines, to all of them are funded or subsidized by governments. So if that is the case, then government must also change its policies in line with the changing dynamics. And that is why I told this mayor, I said, look, one of our focus, which no minister had adopted before, was that we must deliberately craft policies in support of local airlines for their growth and development. That is our third point agenda, that's the growth and development. And that was why I rolled up my sleeves and I said, I called all of them, what is your problem? Access to aircraft. I went to the board, what is the problem, Nigeria? No confidence in your system. Why? Our equipment are not safe within your jurisdiction. I dug down deep. Went to the Cape Town Convention, went to the Chief Justice of Nigeria, went to the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court, went to the Attorney General of the Federation. They came into my trap, that's my field. They walked into my trap, said, so it is law that is your problem. I will solve the problem for you if it is law. And so we crafted the practice directions, signed by the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court, and the world was happy with us.
The National Carrier Initiative, which began under the previous administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, has faced widespread criticism and allegations of fraud. Although Keyamo, backed by a decisive court ruling, closed the chapter on the controversial National Carrier project in 2024, the conversation around its necessity continues. The previous government of the country was set to launch the Nigeria Air project with Ethiopian Airlines chosen as a technical partner of the project. But the new government has now chosen to abandon the project altogether after initially suspending it. So what does this mean for Nigeria's aviation sector? To help us unpack the implications of this decision, we are joined now by the CEO of Mainstream Cargo Limited, Mr. Sheyi Adewale. Now, thank you for joining me on the program. Now, what do you make about the Nigerian government decision to discontinue the Nigeria Air project?
It's a good development, noting the present-day challenges of Nigeria as a nation, knowing that there are so many important things that to be distracted with these, if I can use the word humongous project, because it will take a lot to start off an airline at this time.
Now, Mr. Tashe, you would agree with me that this Nigeria project has been coming on from a very long time, since 2018. Now, in your opinion, do you think the Nigeria Air project was ever a viable one, or was it doomed from the beginning?
No, not at this time. And I say this. There are so many fundamental things that we need to have before we can go with such initiative. If you remember, when we had Nigerian Airways, we had so many support structures that guarded or that supported Nigerian Airways at the outset. So, but all those support structures are gone now. And how simply I can say it is that if you look at nations who have a national carrier within Nigeria, South Africa, Ethiopia, Egypt, and related countries like Niger, I think so, you will discover that they have all those fundamental structures, foundational structures that can support an airline. You know, one of it being a solid MRO facility that is modern, that can overhaul, do maintenance for today's kind of aircraft. If you notice now, many of the aircraft that are being used now, the olden ones are gone. Let's use maybe Dana Air, for example. You see all their MD aircrafts have been grounded. They don't really function anymore. So we need aircraft that are modern, and you have to have the support structure to be able to manage such. And if you don't have those support structures, most of the income or inflows revenue that you make will be shipped outside to go and do all this repair, return, and such like. Secondly, we don't have any strong logistic warehousing of aircraft parts in Nigeria. You know, in England, for example, you have where companies, institutions that warehouse aircraft spare parts. Likewise in Dubai, likewise in the US, they are like agents for all these spare parts. We don't have any such in Nigeria, you know, so that is another challenge. So there are many challenges as in that we have as of now to be able to say we want to start a Nigeria Air or National Carrier project. So it will distract the government significantly, and also it is the sunk cost needed to start such is rather high.
Now, do you think the government's shift to supporting local carriers instead is a better strategy for Nigeria's aviation industry?
For now, yes. I strongly believe so. For now, yes. Because now our domestic carriers can manage regional flights to a reasonable extent, whereas 2-3 hour flights, they can manage it as of today. And you also notice that they are buying modern aircraft, so which are fuel efficient. So that is also good. So the government should encourage them. And over time, as we grow and nurture, we grow and support these airlines, we will discover that they'll be able to gradually be able to do long haul flights.
Now let's talk about the implications of this for Nigeria's aviation sector. How do you think this would impact the sector, especially in terms of connectivity, competition, and also affordability?
You know, since government is not having its own national carrier, so the next best alternative is to have the next best alternative is to support the domestic airlines so that they can begin to run, you know, at this stage, then begin to fly in terms of, in a manner of speaking. So if government supports them, they have all the support, like the Minister of Aviation is actually doing, trying to support them. They'll be able to grow, run, and then fly at the end.
All right, one of the things the Minister of Aviation mentioned, Dazam Keyamo, was the revised insurance regulations on leased aircraft. Now, I would like to know, how important is this new change for local airlines?
Okay, it's very important because there are so many factors that surround why our airlines are not getting good contracts. They have very expensive contracts and they are very weary to invest in Nigeria. But based on the new policy, including this insurance policy that you're saying, it encourages or endears these investors to Nigeria, so that they know that they have the support of government, they have the backing of government, especially when they have issues with the domestic airlines. So they don't have problems repatriating their aircraft back. They don't. And it also puts the domestic airlines to be very responsive to the needs of the investor too as well. And then it also lowers the insurance premium paid by the airlines too as well. So these are very good initiatives because so many of these unseen costs actually are part of the things that make the airfare either high or also make the investors weary to invest in Nigeria. And then also when they do, the premiums are very high, so, but this lowers the cost at the end of the day.
What would you say are the biggest challenges local airlines currently face, and how do you think the government can use policy to realistically reduce and also address them?
Okay, like based Honorable Minister Keyamo has started on a good footing, whereby the great issues in terms of leasing, because most airlines don't buy outrightly, most, except those that are usually supported by government, so they lease. So if our airlines or domestic investors can easily enter into a leasing contract to have aircraft, that really helps. So that is the start point. The other point is that I don't know if government can invest in training institution. INCAT, for example, can be reinvested. The government can deploy a lot of investment to have modern training facilities whereby they can train more on modern planes. That is also another thing that we need to do. MRO is very, very critical. I know some state governments are trying to invest. I also know Embraer, they're trying to invest in Nigeria. So we can encourage these MRO, these foreign airlines or aircraft building companies to set up MRO in Nigeria. That will really, really help. And if government can do everything, all things possible, to be able to set up a modern MRO facility that can handle large planes, that will be very, very good.
Well, you've mentioned now that it's a good move that the government has decided to abandon this project. But then, do you think there are any risk in completely abandoning the national carrier concept, or can a strong private sector fill the gap?
Yes, strong private sector can definitely fill in the gap if they have the required resources in terms of financing, maybe from the banks. If the government gives them an enabling environment, for example, they continue with the 0% duty for aircraft parts, even widen the scope to allow more aircraft part shipments, aircraft raw materials to be able to be on zero duty and 0% VAT exempted or exemption. So that also helps a lot. And then also some of the charges, the tariffs, can be revised downwards instead of upwards. For example, we know that NAMA the other day said they want to increase by a significant percentage, and it was later stopped. That also helps because those charges are kind of high. The margins of the airlines are very small. So anything to support them to make sure that they are cost effective and that governments, partner with the airline, AON, Airline Organization of Nigeria, the Association of the Airlines, that they can collaborate and keep listening to them for where they need support and help, because they'll get the direct need, the direct request from them. So I encourage government to liaise with AON regarding how they can support them directly from the airline owners, so to speak.
Well, just before I let you go, sir, what key lessons do you think the Nigerian government and industry stakeholders as well should take away from the Nigeria experience moving forward?
Okay, first is that we have to be patriotic. We have to be patriotic in every decision we want to make on behalf or commitment we want to make on Nigeria on behalf of the citizens of the country. So we have to be patriotic. If that patriotism is there, it will really help. Secondly, is that we have to be realistic in our assessment of, it's not just saying that Nigeria is a giant of the nation. Do we have competitive advantage to play as a nation in this particular field? So we have to be realistic. Then thirdly, if we want to do such feat, we should have what we call a long-term plan. It's not something that you can say 6 months, 1 year, we want to have a national carrier. We need to work with consultants and have a robust plan that, okay, this is what A needs to be done, B needs to be done, C needs to be done, till finally we get to where we were going to, where we want to be. So, but the easier part is to support the domestic airlines to fill in that gap. Most of the airlines today, even governments are taking themselves away from owning airlines. You know, most of like BA, for example, is owned by AIG Group, for example. So most of them are they still bear the name British Airways, but they are managed by AIG Group, which are more or less investors. So governments in most nations are trying to pull away from owning airlines and allowing more private sector participation in owning, controlling, and managing those airlines. We see continually that most of these new, government states that still own aircraft are having many strong issues in managing those aircraft, like Kenya Airways, for example. They have issues in managing it. South Africa, too, they still have issues managing their airlines. So, but we see that in developed world, most of them are trying to move away from the state owning an airline, so to speak, or running a national carrier. So the flag carrier model seems to be the way to go.
Well, the CEO of Mainstream Cargo Limited, Sheyi Adewale, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. And that's it for this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpayemi Owosheni. See you next time.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ta amma da saboda ni na dauka waya kamar yanzu kamar anan yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona amma da gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka gani ka sai ya fi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, The relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na takwarawa hamada. Mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zaune har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru gama. Kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan jari hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama. Ta yi nisa ta ci sosai. Ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma ɓangaren gwamnati.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
ruwan baɗi irin na ba saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga wurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin kiwo yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin ana mun yi da mu da su a kan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yara suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan yaran
makiyaye kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbinsa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu
adda?
da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na fadi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 dinan abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda saboda shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. they are also facing more problems as is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin biyu. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Ok, kana ka ɗauka.
Babu sun cinye ne yayi. Mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya ɗaukan hoton
da ake mutu a
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai mu ya jawo a gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun tattare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kare an kashe
burtali da sauransu. Mu hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiyaya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing routes, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again? Seed. Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
Mu masu karamin karfi ne, abinda muke da shi ga daren mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji, domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne, to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da 500 na je samu a cikin kwarin.
Saying that Nigeria is a farmland for some persons, where all they do is harvest without planting, is an understatement. I know why I'm saying this, but just follow me small. renewed CHOP for the boys. That's for Ministry of Interior. That's where we are visiting today. Anchor Data Software Solution Limited is a company registered in Nigeria. It's the original developer of eCityBiz for the Ministry of Interior since 2012. The ministry entered into a PPP arrangement with the company to build, operate, and transfer with the company on behalf of the federal government on the 24th of April 2012 for the management and maintenance of eCityBiz. And this company has been managing the application since 2012 by automating, establishing, and building a software and database with an interactive portal which captures application for all the business-related services by the federal government, e.g., business permit, expatriate quota, marriages and licenses of place of worship or marriage. And then the contract was renewed in 2017 and then also 2023 by the ministry. I remember the days of Abamoro, they were going around and saying, look, we have automated, expatriate quota and the rest. Certainly, with everything with government, there's revenue sharing. Federal government was to take 40%, the company will take 20%, they reserve 30% for cyber and physical security and maintenance, while operational cost was 10%. Upon the start of the proposal, the ministry had just 2 marriage registries. You remember, one in Abuja and one in Lagos that were working. And this company created 11 more marriage registry spread across the 6 geopolitical zone of the country and employed, they brought it to 13 and employed over 203 staff, engaged by them to run this marriage registry. The federal government, the ministry's entire eCityBiz database, hosted by Galaxy Backbone, became a national security that has been built over the course of 13 years, and the entire information of the ministry is domiciled therein. As the ministry was also able to absorb most of all its automation need from processing application, end-to-end interfacing with users, and a payment portal linked through a remitter, which also enabled government to make billions annually through the ministry. With a click of the button from their headquarters in Abuja, as applications were all processed here seamlessly. Now, fast track to today, 2023, a new government came on board. And with every new government in Nigeria, an appointment of ministers and this thing comes with that mentality of, what is in it for me? And if nothing they, be sure they will bring their own people. And with this renewed hope, some people say renewed shaggy people, their renewed hope agenda now to renew everything when their pocket fee collect. Anyway, I don't call anybody name before somebody go say, cyberbullying. Well, despite the sustenance of the existing contract with the Anchor Data and the ministry, on the 2nd of August 2024, the Ministry of Interior took a memo to the Federal Executive Council seeking approval with a full business case for a 20-year concession for a company named Value Optimization Services Limited to do the same thing that Anchor Data has been doing for the ministry for 13 years, for which their contract is still subsisting. The interesting part is that this said company, Value Optimization Services Limited, was registered on the 8th of August 2024, 6 days after the memo was approved by FEC. So you can see for yourself. Anyway, make a fair live and there are no talk past like that. All this information are in the public domain. And on the 15th of April 2025, after they don't perfect, the renew pocket agenda, they issued a 15 days notice of termination to Anchor Data, even though the contract is still subsisting. And by the terms of the contract can only be terminated by giving 3 months notice in the event of any breach. Now, the chua inside the meat be say, the initial contract with Anchor Data was for 5 years and renewable every 5 years. Now, this new one that they are trying to create, despite the substance of, the current one, is for 30 years. They have arranged for themselves. 20 years, with a company that they registered 6 days after the approval from FEC. And the initial fee of $350,000 for registration of business permit, which is 1.5 for renewal, they have also increased their own to 1.5 for registration and 5 million for renewal, an increment of 250% across all board. And despite that, the fact that the matter is in court, the ministry also has issued notices on various platforms. You can see some, informing the public to stop dealing with, that platform by Anchor Data, even though There are close to 500 applications from various innocent applicants who are not aware of this policy of chopping going on this platform. So what will happen to those people? Nobody's talking about it. As all they hear is that, the ministry have informed the registries to revert back to manual application in the interim. Nigeria, we hate our old dear native land. Who will rescue us? So I will therefore advocate, while we mount the drive for investors and public-private partnership arrangement, who will want to go into an agreement or an arrangement with a government, knowing fully well that such an agreement can be violated at the highest level, Federal Executive Council, without recourse by successive government, without recourse to the previous one? Well, I will advise the Federal Executive Council to save their face and to save the innocent applicants who, for no fault of theirs, are trapped in this mess. They should rescind their decision issued on the 2nd of August 2024 and, allow the current agreement to run its course until its termination date of 2028. That way, the government would have created a transition period and then people won't suffer. Then you'll be able to recover your data. Well, if things remain this way, apart from the attendant consequences on the end user, what is even the guarantee that these 20 years that these people are chopped, that these people are trying to create for themselves, that they will not be thrown out tomorrow when another government comes on board? Anyway, these are questions begging for answer. But make I pause here, before I begin the verse over the matter. But you can join your voices with us by sharing and also adding your comment on all our various media platforms showing on your screen. Because a bad precedent we set and condone today as a people will always find a way to hurt us. I don't talk my own. You can also talk your own. See you next week.
To be added to our MORI. This will certainly improve the quality of our men and their performances towards the next Olympics. We're already working to ensure that we have tailored out training plans that is going to actually show what they have achieved in the last 4 years. I assure you that if the current strides that we are taking are maintained, we are sure to have somebody in the next Olympics.
Okay, well said. What are other things I'm sure we should be looking forward to, because I know the Federation's elections are around the corner, but what are other things we should be looking forward to after this milestone achievement you've just listed for us?
A very important thing is the new structure available at the National Sports Commission, which enables us to start preparing for the Olympics before the Olympic year. The budgeting system has been
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Edo State Police Command has arrested a 32-year-old Basi Inyong-Uwe from Akwa Ibom State for allegedly kidnapping and killing his employer in the state. The public relations officer of the command, Moses Yamu, confirmed this on Monday to newsmen in Benin City. Yamu said the anti-kidnapping squad of the command deployed technicalities to arrest the suspect in a creek at Eyoabasi village in Uron, Akwa Ibom State. And the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, has said that medical personnel, including doctors and nurses trained in Nigeria, must be motivated with the right work conditions to remain in the country and not migrate overseas. Obasanjo stated this when he commissioned the renovated and rehabilitated Yari Bukara Specialist Hospital in Zamfara State on Tuesday. And the Labour Party has condemned the mass killings in Benue State and called for an urgent deployment of security forces to vulnerable communities across Nigeria's north-central region. Describing the attacks as a fresh wave of senseless killings, the party's National Caretaker Committee, led by Senator Ninadi Usman, demanded a full-scale investigation and immediate prosecution of the perpetrators, regardless of their affiliations or social status. And the ongoing 2025 Hajj exercise continues to witness significant progress in the airlift of Nigerian pilgrims, with the total number of returnees now standing at 6,528 as Max Air completed its 16th flight on Tuesday. According to an update from the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, Command and Control Center in Makkah, the Max Air flight VM265 departed Jeddah for Lagos on Tuesday, June 17, 2025. The flight conveyed a total of 560 individuals, comprising 550 pilgrims and 10 officials. And the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NATI, has stated that a total of approximately 1.024 trillion naira in revenue accrued to the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TET Fund, from education tax over a 5-year period. The Executive Secretary of NATI, Orji Ogbonaya, stated this in Abuja at the Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony between NATI and TET Fund, according to a statement by NATI's Deputy Director of Communications and Stakeholder Management, Chris Ochono. And more than 600 foreign nationals have crossed from Iran into neighboring Azerbaijan since Israel began striking the country last Friday, a government official in Baku has said. The evacuees who crossed the border via the Astara checkpoint on the Caspian Sea coast are being transported to Baku airport and flown to their home countries on international flights, according to resources. And finally, on sport, Manchester United Chief Executive Omar Barada is sticking with his aim of marking the club's 150th anniversary in 2028 by winning
Holding on to hope can provide strength and resilience if tomorrow is truly assured. Is our tomorrow assured? Ours is a hopeless renewal. Just 2 years into a 4-year term of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, him and his team are already fixated on a second term, despite their inability to ensure the security and welfare of the average Nigerians as provided by the Constitution. Anyway, you can say the opposition party also are discussing 2027 and attempting to form a coalition front against the president's ambition in 2027. Anyway, typically, one can say why it is the responsibility of the ruling party to govern well, to remain in power. It is also the duty of the opposition party to find a common front to defeat a ruling party. They are all playing politics. After all, when President Tinubu did opposition, he himself seek coalition against the then ruling government of People's Democratic Party, PDP. However, the question is this ruling party governing well? And are the opposition actually ready for a coalition? Even though some of us know the answer, but just follow me small. Make we attempt the answer together. You will agree with me that the current opposition is not as fierce as Tinubu and his team, where they were in opposition and formed the All Progressive Congress, then nicknamed Angry Politicians Congress. For the current opposition to be taken seriously, they must show purposefulness and selflessness. Not this one where we see our serial contestants. See they position himself to run against Tinubu in 2027. Or in some cases where some person for Port Harcourt who don't take government since 1999, from speaker to governor to minister, and the first 2 years when they hold the outside of government, they're already feeling hot. The opposition must be ready to sit back and support credible candidates. Otherwise, I don't call anybody name, I just give free advice when they no seek. Now to the next question. Imagine the arrogance of the ruling party. It is just midterm into the tenure of this government, And whilst the people they swore to protect are crying of hunger and waiting for the promised hope that, they promise in their campaign, the 2027 election is already in their mind as if it is 6 months away. They are busy endorsing the president for a second term, not on the basis of performance, but because of coercion and state capture. As people now even jokingly say that the electoral umpire, INEC, is now an arm of the ruling party. Oh my show. Anyway, so assessing the midterm performance of the administration, I will say why the President Tinubu's twin policy of subsidy removal from fuel and unification of the forest, an increase in the price of electricity and other essential infrastructural services is putting more money in the hands of the state and federal government, even though, they are still consistently borrowing. This policy, I can say, has ensured relative stability in the financial market. And then also, you have power more than the electric power supply in some areas. And then consistently, though expensive, PMS at the gas station, courtesy Dangote and others, because NNPC know they work. But however, the hunger and the general insecurity in the land is rising in quadruple as these ordinary citizens can no longer afford the basic necessities of life. So why the president has consistently informed Nigeria that he feels our pain, I can assure you that the reforms are necessary for a better future. On the contrary, the people around the president, including members of our National Assembly and the governors, are living as though we're in an economic boom, as their convoy and retinue of cars and aids, including that of the president, is now longer than necessary. You just imagine, in 24 months, President Tinubu has borrowed about 17.8 billion from the World Bank. And the ordinary man is not feeling it. And I don't have a problem with borrowing, though. It must be put to purposeful use. Because the president has deprived the public of subsidy as sustainable. Nobody's arguing with that. But yet, the government has continued to subsidize the lifestyle of political class as their ostentatious lifestyle continue to put a lie to the narrative that there's hunger and pain in the land, or in the mind of outsiders. Now, EFCC, they are more fixated on arresting Yahoo boys and those that abuse the naira than dealing with official corruption. Insecurity, kidnapping, and killing in the country has become an acceptable phenomenon as we now wake up daily to pay condolences to friends and family in various states. Play 2 is still in our mind. Why the government is celebrating their midterm scorecard with the creation of regional development agencies or commission? Are they talking about sustainable funding for these agencies? There's no clear-cut policy direction from both the federal and the state government on their next 2 years' agenda and realizable economic plan and program with actualization date and timeline on poverty alleviation, education, small and low-income housing, wealth creation, industrialization, gender equality, fiscal federalism, state policing, banditry, terrorism, open grazing, and even the value of the life of the ordinary Nigerian. What does it mean to them, apart from all of this blind endorsement here and there? Nobody is thinking of changing our education curriculum from job seekers to job creators as we continue to sell our raw materials and then import finished goods. What can one really point to in the last 2 years of this administration that has truly inspire hope in the ordinary Nigeria, apart from the hope to APC and their acolytes, and even some other politicians at the state level? Anyway, their supporters will always tell them that, Your Excellency, are the best thing to happen to Nigeria after independence. Anyway, it is not new because people before you were told the same thing. And people that will come after you will be told the same thing. So for us, Nigerians, in the midst of all of this crisis, we must continue to lift up the Nigerian spirit and ensure that the discussion, the conversation, both in government and in opposition, is centered around creating purposeful governance that will truly guarantee urban and rural housing development, creation of a knowledge-based economy, ensure a safe environment and country, enable industrialization and increase productivity capacity, build sustainable infrastructure, and ensure food sufficiency and security, because these are the things that will actually enhance our local currency and grow economy in the long run. Otherwise, without these things, if the opposition and people in government let them campaign from now till 2033 or 2050, the situation will keep nosediving from bad to worse. And this set of the politicians might be remembered someday as the ones that visited enormous pain on the people, despite having enough money in their pockets. So I will therefore advocate, irrespective of the coalition of the opposition, President Tinubu should avoid the temptation of jumping on the bandwagon of 2027 campaign in 2025 when he's yet to deliver on the promises of 2023. His primary objective now should be how to fund a research that will give him a clear vision on how to turn the developmental tide of this country in the next 2 years, using the low-hanging fruits indices like fighting insecurity headlong, making farms safer, creating task force on communal farming to drive mechanized farming at every local government area in the country. Monitor and adequately fund and change the curriculum of technical education in the country to develop collaboration that will genuinely create industries that will turn our raw materials into finished product here in Nigeria rather than exporting them. And there are other opportunities too. That way, he would not be afraid of the gathering of the opposition, as the masses who would have benefited from his program would be the ones to do the campaign while he goes to sleep on election day, and they will just wake him to come and say, come and continue. These things are not rocket science. But anyway, I guess where you're in government, you don't see clearly until you're outside of government. That is why when you're outside of government, you criticize. Once you get there, you are blind. Anyway, make I stop here so that we can also listen to your comment on all our social media platforms shown on your screen. And please feel free to share so that them say go to hear our voice. They say once you choose hope, anything is possible. But here in Nigeria, they shove hope down our throat and everything became impossible. See you next
Hello and welcome to another electrifying episode. TV360 is back with more exciting contents than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, fashion, comedy, food, anything you can think of entertainment. I got you covered. So before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. So last weekend we had the African Magic Viewers Choice Award, and it's been amazing seeing our own Nigerian celebrities nailing it with their outfits, with what they know how to do best, likes of our actors and actresses being nominated for specific categories. And I'm really happy seeing everyone even being recognized for what they do. So first on the list, let me just talk about the category. Two categories that stood out for me. We had the Indigenous Award, Language Award, which went to Lishabi. If we've all seen that movie, you know that they literally deserve the award. Lishabi is beautiful. The content and everything was just amazing. Like seeing them being recognized, like they put so much work into it, likes of Lateef and his wife. Like his wife even played a role in this movie, and you even notice that he's like, maybe they're married or something. Like everything was really amazing. They nailed it for me, and they deserve the award. I was really happy that they got recognized for this particular category. So the next one that actually got my attention is Seven Doors. Trust me, the actors of Seven Doors, likes of Femi and Choma, they nailed it, and it was just amazing because Choma, his wife, is an Igbo lady in the movie, and he's a Yoruba man, and he had to go leave the city to go back to the village to maybe rule, to be the king of the community at that point in time. But he had issues. If you guys have not seen it, please go back and see it, because this movie nailed. And it's really amazing seeing Choma. Choma did not just start now. Like she has been in this industry for a very long time. Like since I was little, I know Choma, and I'm really happy seeing her. She won the best lead actress for this movie, and also him, so he won the best lead actor. Like I'm really happy seeing them actually excel in this particular category. So now let's moving away from the category, let's go to the outfits. Trust Nigerians to always come through. Like Nigerians are good. We are talented. I don't know what you guys talk about, but like everybody is just, all these designers, they just have one or two things they always want to chip in. Let's talk about, let's just say Vicky James. Vicky James every year comes out with her own designs, and guess her favorite muse. It is Osas. Osas' dress was beautiful. I don't know if the nature of the let's just say the theme for the AMVCAs this year was nature, because I saw so many designers trying to create nature, trees, fruits and other things, but Osas nailed it. She was styled by Vicky James. We have another one which was actually contradicting. That's Desmond Elliott. Desmond Elliott came out and was like, who is this? Like, we've not seen you, so where are you coming from? It was very, very funny, but his outfit was good. It's not that bad. But everyone kept on talking about the lion in front of him and one at the back. It was really, really amazing seeing them actually excel. So last on the list, we have our very own Davido, our OBO. Davido's album. All the songs for me nailed. Like the one that actually I like the most is With You, where he featured Omale, and that song is just amazing. I don't know, and I like Davido for the fact that he's a calm person. He's full of life. He's generous. He even gifted a TikToker that actually just danced to his song, like just flowed with it and everything. It was very funny, but it was amazing. And Davido is always giving us back-to-back hits. So that's it we have for entertainment. So today we dive into the world of fashion industry. So sit down and relax. Let's explore the magic screen together. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is Akin Oluwasewu, who is a fashion content creator and a stylist. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hi, good to be here.
Yeah, nice meeting. I love your outfits. Like it's giving like what you do. Literally, it's amazing.
Thank you
I like the glasses, signature on the tie and everything, and the colors. You know what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so tell me about yourself. How did you get into the fashion creation and everything? You styling it and all. Just tell me a bit about yourself.
So yeah, just like you said, my name is Akinlulu Oluwasewu.
Okay.
Most people know me as Akinlulu Certified.
Oh, good.
And I am a fashion content creator and a fashion stylist.
Okay.
What my motivation for getting into the fashion space? Like I've always been a fashion person, like way back since when I was young.
Yeah.
But like it got more pronounced when I was in school, like uni.
Okay.
I just loved looking good to class, basically, you know, because I went to a private school.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
I knew.
You have a good advantage there.
Exactly. So I went to a private school, and we were almost, let me say, forced to wear corporate clothes to school and all of that. So that's what sparked up the interest more in me.
Okay.
And also I feel like the use of social media also influenced me a lot.
To show
When I saw so many people that were doing what I wanted to do, what I felt like I could do.
Okay.
And those are some of the things that sparked the interest more in me.
Oh, that's
like,
good.
for fashion.
So now let's talk about your education. Like you talked about, you started from school. So did you study fashion or what did you do? Because I know most people like to just deviate from what they actually study. We all do that, fine. But like, just tell me what you did and what actually attracted you to go into what you're doing now.
So I studied architecture in school.
Oh.
BSc, MSc.
Is there like a connection? Yeah, there may be a connection.
Exactly. So I believe anybody that goes to architecture school, it's kind of sparks some form of creativity in you into whatever you are doing.
Okay.
Either if you're designing furniture, if you end up doing whatever, even if it's fashion, there's some form of creativity that architecture brings into you. So I feel like so what I studied in a way, even though I'm not actively practicing now.
Okay.
So it kind of sparked something in me. So I studied architecture in school.
Oh, that's good. So what would you describe your styling in 3 words?
So my style, I would say dandy. I would say prim and proper.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. So tell me what fashion item you can't live without.
I'll say my suits.
Your suits?
Yes, my suits.
Now I know where the corporate thing comes from.
I'll say my suits. I have so many suits. Like it's literally my life. Like,
okay.
So suits. I can't live without suits.
Okay. So will you tell me about you coming up and the influencers you get to or you saw that actually attracted you or people you look up to?
Okay, good question. So just like I said earlier, like social media kind of influenced me getting into fashion. So some people I looked up to while I was like in my early years, were people like Akin Famino. I don't know if you know Akin Famino.
Yeah.
Is a major stakeholder in the fashion content creator space.
Okay.
But outside Nigeria, like internationally, there's Blake Scott, there's Steve Onoja. These are the people I looked up to. And yeah, to the glory of God.
You've been nailing it. Okay, good. So now tell me what inspired you to start sharing your fashion content online?
Okay, so I have always loved social media. So I just saw social media as a platform for me to show what I do. Yes, like to voice out without doing too much. And that's why till now, like I hardly, if you've gone through my content, I hardly talk too much.
I've not seen one. I actually went through. I'm like, what is this voice? I need to hear your voice. I don't know how you sound.
Exactly. So I just saw social media as a means to, put myself out there without doing too much. It's more of like my portfolio.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So let's say, what's the most defining moment of your life or of your career? Like when you started, what moment did you really say, "Oh, I did this"?
So okay. So for me in fashion, there have been so many defining moments.
Oh.
But like in the early years, I would say winning awards in university for fashion, like best dressed in my department, best dressed in the school. Do you understand? Okay. So those were some of the, and I've been recognized by so many well-known blogs, even in Nigeria, Bella Niger, and I've been featured on Vogue too. So like I feel like that's like the peak.
Of where? Oh.
Yes.
That's good. So, like, tell me about how you balance being creative and staying relevant, like keeping up with everything you have to do, keeping up with your daily life as a content creator and also a stylist.
So, for me,
do you find any difficulty anywhere?
Definitely, there will be difficulties.
So, tell us about it. So, in case we want to be like Oluwase, what do we do?
So, just like I said, definitely there are difficulties.
Okay.
But I feel one thing that makes you, keep pushing is just the goal you have in mind. And there is nothing that has an advantage that does not have a disadvantage. So, for me, it's just me looking at the end goal and saying, oh, let me persevere through this. Let me do all I need to do to get to become the kind of person I want to be. So, like, it helps me, be able to maneuver these obstacles in my way. And yeah, so on so many days I have multiple things on my schedule and all of that, but I just find a way to properly manage my time, to meet up with all of this, and also deadlines basically. Yeah.
That's good. I know, like, it must have been really, really stressful, but like, can you walk us through one day, like a day in your life, the process, what you have to do? Do you style your clothes yourself, your outfits?
Yes, I do.
Would you have someone that styles you?
No, I style
okay.
I style
Do you style people too?
Yeah, I style people.
Oh, good. So, like, just walk us through you meeting deadlines and you taking pictures, because I don't know, I feel it's a lot. It's a lot. Like, one thing I know, maybe styling it and you actually waiting for it to come out the way you want it to be. So, like, the positions you stay when you're taking pictures and creating content and all like that. So, walk us through a day in your life.
Okay. So, as a fashion content creator, I feel Pinterest should be your friend. Because I feel like there's no idea that is really original. So you can always go through Pinterest. So let me use myself now, just like you asked. I always go through Pinterest, scroll. Sometimes when I see things I like or I see things I feel like I could recreate, I save them, But there's sometimes that ideas just come like off the top of my head. Like I'm just doing something, I just pass through somewhere, I see something, I see someone online, I see someone wearing something
online,
or just the combination just makes sense. Like, yeah, there's that too, and there's just me just being myself.
Okay.
And trying to evolve on what I'm already doing. Do you understand? So like right now, like my kind of style, it has evolved over the years.
Oh.
Not just from like corporate outfits. Like now, the way I am, it's kind of, you could say it's kind of corporate, but it's not corporate.
Casual corporate, like in the mix.
Exactly, so it's in the mix. So it has kind of evolved over the years. So like a typical day in my life is when it comes to like fashion content creation is ideation, reaching out to. I have like a team, like my photographers, majorly photographers. Because I love.
Must be really good.
Yes, so and they're also very creative people. So we rub ideas.
Together.
Let us know what we need. Either if there are some props you also need, try to put it in place, get it before the day of the shoot, and we shoot. And even on set, there are some other ideas that pop up.
They have to.
Yes, I'm also implementing too. Yes, and that's how we make it happen.
It seems like a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot.
It's like, you know, when people just see a picture, wow, this is beautiful, this is good. They don't know the process. They don't know how difficult it was to go through just to achieve that result. Now let's talk about you combining colors. Trust me, not everybody in Nigeria literally knows how to do that.
Yeah.
Not everybody in the world, like, just so both colors are, you're like purple and orange. How will this go about? How have you been able to maneuver that phase?
So for me, I would say it's just my kind of person. I've never had to think about, oh, will this color go or not?
Okay.
I've never really had to do.
Sorry to cut you. Have they been in a situation where you've seen yourself say, this color did not gel? Or
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just really my kind of person. So so many times if I feel something will work, it actually just works. I don't know how, to be honest. It might it might be God. It might be
God is good.
It's even God. I credit that to God, you know. So like, so many times I just try out things, try out colors, and also as an advice to people, I'll just say, you know, try out different things in the comfort of your home. Don't now go out and be looking like tetracycline in front of other people. So you can, like, your house is like your comfort zone where you can try out things. Let your family members insult you.
Oh, good. I was about to ask that.
Exactly. Let your family members insult you before you go outside and embarrass yourself. Exactly.
Okay, because living alone maybe and you're trying to match colors, you may not exactly get to
your
what
mirror.
you want.
Your mirror is there for you.
Oh, your mirror is there, but sometimes
and open your eyes.
Sometimes you look at yourself like, I think I look good, but when you step out, you don't look good at all.
Yeah.
So now tell me how you've been able to, how social media has changed the way you work as a stylist.
Well, social media actually has so many benefits, and it has really helped me. You know, it gave me some form of influence.
Okay.
And the reason is because I actually started early enough. I started way back in 2015. Not so many people were doing this back then.
Not everybody.
Exactly. Not so many.
It's also a thing.
Exactly. So in like the university space, people actually knew me. Like when you talk about people in Covenant, people in Redeemers, these are people that actually do fashion at that time.
Okay.
So many of them knew me at that point. So social media has really changed and helped me, like, with my style and how I really approach things in general. Like, I would give so much credit to social media.
Okay. Yes. So now, speaking of social media, what platform do you use the most and why?
Majorly Instagram.
Okay, why
because
Instagram?
That's where I started from.
It's a good platform,
it's a good platform, and that's where I started from. Just when Instagram first started, it was majorly for pictures. There was no even video. It's just I think 2020 that they started reels and all of this, and so just like that, I also tried to, you know, evolve and advance, you know, and start creating video content also, because if you don't evolve, you won't be relevant. Do you understand? So I started evolving also, start creating video content on social media. So yeah, Instagram works for me the most. But right now I'm trying to, like, I'm already doing that. I'm already trying to, like, diversify my platforms. Yeah, TikTok, Pinterest, because I got to I got to discover last year that there's actually a very big market on Pinterest.
So you'd have been yelling that.
Exactly. So I'm doing that right now.
That's good. I like the fact that, like, you're evolving and you're changing, and social media is helping you to become better in your field. So let's go to a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll go to a quick break, guys. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is still our stylist and our fashion content creator. So now tell me about, have you faced any criticisms online, and how have you been able to manage it? Because I know the word out there is not easy for anybody, but, like, tell me how you've been able to maneuver and just keep pushing regardless.
So because of my kind of personality, I have not really faced criticism that much, because I believe I was using platforms like X, which was formerly Twitter, I would have received a lot of even when I know I talked about diversifying my content.
Yeah.
And there are sometimes I post something on TikTok on X, and you see some kind of comments that are just really man. But like on Instagram, everybody's all over light.
Yes,
everybody's all over light. So I've never really had to face that form of criticism, and because of my kind of person, I don't like putting myself in a situation where I am in that place where people will have like different
things to say about you.
About me, so,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
I believe it's just my kind of person.
Oh, that's good. So, who is your favorite fashion icon now, and why?
Well, my favorite fashion icon, I believe it's not one currently.
Okay, just mention and why.
Okay, so Pharrell Williams.
Okay.
Pharrell Williams is a grand commander of style. Yes. Grand commander of style.
And I agree to that.
Yes, and I believe our kind of styles are similar, so that's why I connect more with Pharrell Williams.
Now I'm drawing the line. Now I'm drawing the line in your pictures. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's good.
So it's Aproki too. Is someone's style that I love a lot. It can be very minimalist. It can be quite edgy too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like not giving yourself a box. Is the reason why I like Isaproki. Yeah. So those two.
I like Isaproki as well. So now, if you're going to style any celebrity, who would it be, and what style do you think you would put on them?
Locally or internationally?
Let's do two. Let's do Nigerian and international.
Okay, locally, like within Nigeria.
Yeah.
I would like to style the video. I really like to start the video.
Yes, you can be fine, Charles. So whenever I hear the video, I just want to jump.
I really like to start the video. You know.
In what way?
Putting up something for him that just gives him the superstar vibe. To like project him more as a superstar that he is. You know? Yes, because on some occasions, sorry to say, on some occasions I've seen when he has worn some kind of outfit, and I'm like no, the style should have done better. So yes, and that's my reason for choosing the video.
Okay.
And internationally, let's say Idris Elba. I mean, he has a great sense of style, but like it would just be an honor to style someone like that.
It's amazing. It's amazing you're mentioning people that I know. Like, no, that's good. That's good. So, what's the most challenging shoot or project you've ever worked on, and why?
Off the top of my head right now, the most challenging shoot. Okay, so just like I mentioned, I've been featured on Vogue once.
Okay.
But it wasn't my idea, it was the photographer's idea.
Okay.
So it was something that brought me out of my comfort zone, because if you see that picture, I was looking kind of homeless. And because it was an editorial image, just that I wore like lace and stuff. So I feel like that was kind of difficult for me to do, because it was not like my normal kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, who doesn't want to be on Vogue? So yeah.
So it was really, really difficult process.
It was kind of difficult for me, but I believe, but like for like my own personal stuff, I mean in the early stages, it used to be quite difficult. But like right now, I believe it's almost like it's almost easy for me, like very easy for me to just because I have like a system. You understand, that makes things work easier for me.
That's good. I know Lagos is like a fashion zone entirely. So have you been able to attend events, and let's just say GTCO Fashion Week and other fashion shows that we have, and have you been able to, do you attend them?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Especially Lagos Fashion Week, because Lagos Fashion Week is one of the biggest fashion weeks in Nigeria. So like it's even like, don't mean not to talk down any, but like it's one of the biggest fashion weeks. So there you get to meet even people you look up to in Nigeria, you know. So I attend Lagos Fashion Week a lot. Every year I've been attending since I think 2019, until even last year, and I'll still attend this year.
Oh, good. So tell me about GTCO Fashion. What do you think about it and the idea behind it? Because last year I got to attend one for my very first time. I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I love every single thing happening here. So will you want to be in that position, styling people, and what do you think you will bring up?
You mean styling attendees or styling?
Let's just say styling models.
Models on the runway. I mean, it's something I'm very open to. I mean, GTCO Fashion Week is also a very big fashion week in Nigeria. So yes, it's something I'm very open to. You know, working with a designer to put out their pieces in the best way possible on the runway for everyone to see.
Okay.
Yeah,
so now you creating content like on Instagram and other platforms that you work with. How do you get your inspiration from? Like, do you see, not only for Pinterest, but the ideas of you creating videos? Like, what do you think? Or is there like a brain box, someone that just says, oh, I think you should work this way? Or do you just bring everything, every idea you do? Because the videos are amazing, trust me. So like you working this particular way, looking up this way, is there someone that directs you? Or you do everything?
So first and foremost, I'm a believer, so I'll give the glory to the Holy Spirit. Like the Holy Spirit helps me a lot, gives me direction on so many things. Yeah, and also that's why I mentioned the team that I work with. So like there's just this synergy between us where some of the ideas come from me, some of the ideas come from them. So it's just easier that way. I believe every creative, if you are looking to build a team, you should actually look for people who share the same ideas and who share the same visions like you, so that whatever you're looking to achieve will be easier. And so that's basically what has been helping me. So so many of these videos that you see, they are basically some are my ideas, some are their ideas, and we bring them together.
Because you pass off like a model, like maybe you don't even do anything, but like the way you just position and taking photos and everything, I would call you model.
Yeah, it took so many years.
Okay.
It took so many years. I believe in my early stages I wasn't that comfortable. Like when I started this, I didn't like taking pictures in public.
Oh.
But right now, if you put me in the middle of the road,
anywhere I can
take pictures easily. Like, because that's what I'm born to do.
Okay, but like you standing out, like with your styling and everything, your outfits actually draw attention of people.
Exactly.
So like now you said before you were shy. Were you a shy person?
Yes.
Okay, so you wearing those outfits, it was like.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, to get to a stage, there's a point to do something to a point of mastery, where you are no longer shy.
So you're used to everyone looking at you.
Yes, like I'm already used to it. I've done it a lot of times. I'm already used to it. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. So, what advice we give to anyone trying to go into this fashion content creating business?
So, any advice I'll give, especially to younger people?
Yeah,
I would say start as early as you can. And be consistent, because consistency in anything just makes you better.
Okay.
You get, and the earlier you start, the earlier you can make the mistakes you're supposed to make, which will make you better. Okay. So I'll just say I'll pass out two advices. I'll say start early and be consistent in what you're doing.
Okay. So let's go on a quick break first. We'll be right back. So guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So before we end this show, let's just take 60 seconds, 10 games, questions rather, just in and out. So let's just say your favorite celebrity couple. Who would it be?
It's Rocky and Rihanna.
Thank you. Most outstanding day of your life?
Most outstanding day of my life?
Yeah.
Most outstanding day of my life has to be... There are so many. Well, let's say the first day I was recognized for what I'm doing right now.
Okay. Yeah. Football or basketball?
Football, basically.
Favorite relaxation sports?
Favorite relaxation in Lagos or anywhere?
Anywhere.
In Lagos, I would say Landmark Beach.
Okay. So, movies or novels?
Movies, I'm a movie person.
Favorite city you like to visit or you have?
Favorite city I would like to visit, Mauritius.
Okay, so favorite indoor sport?
Favorite indoor sport, let's say indoor basketball.
Okay, so favorite food?
Favorite food, jollof rice and chicken.
So mention one thing on your bucket list you like to tick off.
Favorite thing on my bucket list I would like to tick off, especially this year, is like travel to as many countries as I can.
Okay, so let's just say sneakers or corporate shoes?
Corporate shoes.
Okay, good. So if you're giving $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody for 6 months, just you and food, no internet too, will you stay?
$10,000 to stay. For how long?
6.
No, I won't.
You won't. Okay, let's reduce. Let's say 2.
2 months.
Okay. Yeah, 2
no
months.
Internet, no food.
No internet.
I can run mad.
No, there'll be food.
Okay,
There'll be
food.
good food.
There'll be food?
Yes, but no internet. No, you can stay.
Because I feel like all I do, like, it gives you some sense of purpose, you know.
True.
So all of that within 2 months, like, I can't.
So what if there's internet? You're going to stay.
There's internet. Yeah, we are getting there. So, yeah, internet. With internet, I'm good.
No problem. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
It's really nice seeing you and what you do and everything.
Thank you.
So, is there anything you want to share?
Yeah.
Where can we watch you? Where do we see you?
Okay, so you can check me out on Instagram. My handle is at akinlolu.certified. I'm also on X. I'm also on every other platform. Yes, so these are the platforms where you can check me out, and it's so nice being here.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on the show. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. So see you next time. Bye for now.
My name is Bintu Salihu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aladidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, boy, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing. From there, it just leads to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now topic of painting, and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there, because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting, I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent, and then you now coach him, you develop his skill. You understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, "But I would like to paint." Fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school, and I take many classes. You understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano. So many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now, I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting, and alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there. Like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting, and besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a side. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like what do you call the recreation centers. Even in hospital, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on say a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them, instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, you know, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and I'll sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color, you use or acrylic color. You have so many medium.
Hello and welcome to the program. The recent wave of defections by federal opposition lawmakers to the ruling All Progressives Congress is the biggest talking point right now in Nigeria's polity. This comes as the country's major opposition parties, especially the People's Democratic Party, the Labour Party and New Nigeria People's Party, continue to grapple with internal crisis. Now, members of the opposition parties have accused the APC of taking advantage of the crisis and luring their members and in what it described as the APC's plot to kill opposition and quiet dissent. Reacting to the defections, the leadership of the Senate dismissed arguments that members of the opposition were moving to the ruling APC to avoid prosecution or for other sinister interests. Speaking recently during the defection of PDP Kebbi senators, the Senate leader, Opeyemi Bamidele, dismissed claims that they were coerced into defecting to the APC, insisting that the decision is voluntary and rooted in the spirit of national unity. Here's some of what the Senate leader said during the defection announcement.
The President of the country, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is working with his party, the APC, to turn Nigeria to a one-party democracy. We are not at the polls. No one is being coerced. If anyone will be coerced, definitely it is not Senator Adamu Alero that I know and that all of us know. It is not Professor Yahya Abdullahi that will be co-opted by anyone. Neither is it Senator Medoki, who had also a mark in the private sector before he ever ventured into politics. They are not in politics so that they could feed.
Bamidele further emphasized that the move was not an attempt to opposition or build a one-state party, but rather a step towards consolidating a government of national as one made in the national interest, calling for less political grandstanding and more cooperation now to address Nigeria's pressing challenges. Well, let's discuss this. I'm joined by a political affairs analyst, Muyiwa Akin, today. It's a pleasure to have you on the program, sir. First of all, let me get your thoughts on these several defections to the ruling APC. Are you surprised at all by the number of people joining the ruling party?
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would say I'm not surprised. Many more will join APC in the build up to 2027 general election. Because the truth of the matter is that the politicians we have now in this era are politicians who only think about themselves, about what is it that will benefit them, and not necessarily about the people that they represent. So in the build of the 2027 election, we are going to have more defection than we have now. Because the truth of the matter is that the opposition political parties have not been able to put their hands together. They keep blaming the ruling party of, poaching their members, of threatening them with corruption charges, trials, and all of that. But the fact is that if the table were to be turned the other way, this same opposition party will behave the same way that the APC is behaving now, which is to look for more members as we get into the general election proper. This year is the only year that we have for governance. Towards the last quarter of this year, we begin real politics. And what APC is doing, which PDP and other opposition parties will do to are in power, is to get the system ready for that battle that is almost upon us. So that's why I see. I don't usually pity politicians because they have a written up sentiment, but what they do behind the door among themselves is quite different.
Now, these defections now beg the question, the place of ideology, in Nigeria's political system. How come the Nigerian political system is not built on ideology, rather it is built on personal gains, like you mentioned earlier? And what then is the future of politics in Nigeria, particularly democracy now?
Well, I think we are practicing a new form of politics, a new form of democracy in Nigeria now. I think we are practicing a new form of democracy. And some people are worried, I'm also worried, that we may end up having a one-party state. There are other countries where we have one-party state, and it's good for the people. For as long as the Nigerian people want a one-party state, it will happen. Only the Nigerian people can stop a one-party state. Why I say that is that if you look at members of political parties, I think it's only APC that has come up with the number of members that they say they have across the country. That's 40 million. And if you look at the number of registered voters, it's far more than that. So which means that if you remove, and you can be sure that not all members of the political party will vote during election or even vote for their political party because of a lot of issues within the party, internal crisis and all that. So if the rest of Nigerians decide that this is what they want, APC is in power and they say, okay, we don't want APC anymore, we want to try another party that is even new on the block. Nigerians are the ones who will determine whether they want a new political party, whether they want a multi-party democracy that is really truly multi-party, in which you have an opposition party that is effective, or whether they want, a new political party to take over. Nigerians have been complaining at every opportunity that you find them, at every platform that they can use. They've been complaining about the difficulty of this time. The government itself has been explaining that it's been doing a lot and these difficulties were not caused by the government and all of that. Nigerians are the ones who will determine whether they were in a better position in 2023 when they last voted, general election, and then compare it to 2027. I don't think that this movement will be led by politicians. It should be led by Nigerians, because politicians only go to where they find their own personal benefit. I mean, imagine now that the whole of the structure of the PDP in Delta State has been collapsed into the ruling party at the center. This is the first time in the history of Delta State that you are having the party move into what you can call a social welfarist party. The party has not, the PDP has not, the Delta State has always a conservative party. I mean, to go back to the question you asked about the ideology, in the way we practice politics in Nigeria, there is really no ideology anymore. It doesn't really matter. If somebody can wake up on the so-called welfarist side this morning, and by the evening it's going to the capitalist side. It doesn't really matter. The whole thing is very free. So you don't have a situation in Delta State where the party, the state that produced the running mate to the PDP in 2023, just about 2 years ago, that same individual has now crossed over to the opposition party. That same individual who, got a lot of votes or whatnot, couldn't beat Labour Party in the presidential election, Delta State, has now moved. The governor himself, who was massively voted by the people of Delta State on the ticket of PDP, has now moved to APC. So what are we talking about? You are saying that there's really no distinction between party A and party B. And so the issue of ideology does not really exist in Nigerian politics. That's my take on it.
Well, but a very vital question now is, do the people actually have the power, to speak against what is currently happening? Because like you rightly said, these numerous defections have triggered the conversation that Nigeria is edging towards a one-party system. People, are saying that very soon there will be no opposition to stand against the APC in elections, like you have said, like you have mentioned. But then the people actually have, what it takes to speak out and insist on, insist on not wanting the return of the ruling party?
I will tell you clearly that people have it. The people have the PDC. Nigerians always believe that votes don't count. And I say that votes do count. Yes, there will be malpractices, we've seen all of that happen, alteration of figures. But what I always, the way I look at it is that if we have 500 voters registered in a particular polling unit, and then we are able to mobilize 350 people to come out and vote. It doesn't matter which political party they vote for in the first instance, but 350 people are able to come out and vote. Any political party that is going to manipulate the result in that polling unit will have only 150 votes to contend with in terms of manipulation, adding and subtraction. The problem we have had, and if you look at the figures for our election, is a low turnout of voters. People complain about poor governance, poor government hardship, they do all of that. And then when it comes to election, everybody sits down in the sitting room, watching TV and monitoring or playing on the
That's another factor that, should be considered, because there's a very high level of voter apathy. So what's the guarantee that people are ready, to stand up to this impression or this fear that Nigeria is sliding towards a one-party system?
All things did not start overnight. This issue that we're talking about did not start overnight. So we can't actually expect that we cure all the ills or most of the ills in our politics overnight. I'm saying by 2027, let's begin the process of getting people educated about the need for them to vote. The truth of the matter is that the power is in the hand of the electorate. Your PVC is your power. But people always have this perception that even if whether I vote or not, the result is already known. I'm sure you will have come across that kind of conversation almost every time we're having an election. I mean, it takes a lot of my having to convince so many people to say, look, you have your PVC, go and vote. You are going to the polling booth and you see so many people doing all kinds of things on election day. And you are asking them, have you voted? They say, what's my own? What's my business in that? So majority of Nigerians are the cause of our problem politically, because we don't trust the system. And if you are not part of it, you are not part of it, there's no way you can have the kind of result that you desire. And we have to adopt the approach of a marathoner, long distance runner. This thing cannot be achieved overnight. Let's start with 2027. Let's see how far we can go in 2027. The result may not come the way that majority of us expect. But I think that if we sustain that momentum, by 2031, by the next election, some things will begin to change. And that's what I'm asking Nigerians to do. Don't just sit down there and say, votes don't count. It doesn't really matter what I do. Votes will count if we all come out and exercise our franchise, or majority of us come out and exercise our franchise. The vote will begin to count.
Now, the defectors from these opposition parties, particularly from the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party, and even the NNPP, have cited the leadership crisis in their camps. Now, the PDP has accused the ruling party of taking advantage of the crisis and luring its members, especially those who have been accused of corrupt practices. People actually refer to a statement made by the former national chairman now of the APC, Adams Oshiomhole, back in 2019, where he said, in quote, "When you join the APC, your sins are forgiven." Although Oshiomhole has said that the statement was to context, but then could there be some truth to this allegation leveled against the ruling party?
Well, I would say that to some extent it could be so. But I will look at what Oshiomhole said as a marketing tool, just a way of getting people into his own political party, which is fair enough. I mean, when you are campaigning, you look for all things that are legitimate, including those that are not outrightly legitimate, and throw into the mix. But the reality is that there are a lot of APC former governors too, who have also had to face EFCC. So it's really not foolproof that if you join the ruling party, you are safe from being prosecuted. It's not true. It's not really true. It's just that politicians look for excuse for everything that they do. I mean, why will it become? The thing is that all of them want to belong to the winning party, and they fail to realize that if all of you in the opposition party, stay within your political party, come together, galvanize yourself, you won't be able to defeat the ruling party. After all, in 2015, the ruling party, PDP, was defeated because there were a lot of, deflections from PDP, the NPDP, the APC, the NPP, the CPC, and a fraction of the ABGA. They all came together in the build-up of the 2015 election and decided to work together. And they defeated the sitting president. It is not impossible, that's what it means. I mean, look at the last election. The president that we have now, Bola Tinubu, lost in his own state. On the presidential election, he lost in his own state. So it means that some of these things are possible only if the people come together and decide to do the right thing. What I'm saying is, let Nigerians realize what they want. The cash and carry politics can never go away, but maybe if you say you are hungry and you want to collect the money, but at the end of the day, you have to realize that you are actually paying for the pains of the 4 years by collecting the money that you probably will blow within a minute or 5 minutes or even within that day. So what I'm saying is that Nigerians should know that they can actually replace a ruling government. And I've given an example. It has happened before. It can happen again.
Mr. Akintunde, we'll continue this conversation after this break. Do stay with us. The program will continue shortly. Welcome back. We're still discussing the gale of defections to the ruling APC. Political affairs analyst Moyiwa Akintunde is still with me on the program. Mr. Akintunde, as it currently stands, these fresh defections have raised members of the PDP in the National Assembly. That's across both chambers now, the Senate and the House. 265 opposition lawmakers have been reduced to 202. You think this is a threat to Nigeria's democracy?
Well, you look at it that way, yes, it's a threat to Nigerian democracy because we are expected to have a multi-party National Assembly to be able to stand whatever the executive is bringing and scrutinize it. Not necessarily, I don't believe in opposition for the sake of opposition, but if you have something that is better than what the executive has presented, you should be able to put it forward. It's all in the of the country. But let's be realistic. Let's say the issue of Natasha, when the issue of Natasha came up, and all of the emotion that issue brought into play, when they were going to vote, people did not vote across party lines. Let's remember that. Secondly, when we also had the issue of state of emergency in River State, and the president brought, as expected, as required by the National Assembly, the Senate and House of Reps, there was no dissent, particularly in the Senate. Yes, they said they had to do voice vote. No, sorry, they had to do acclamation, not counting senator one by one. But there was no single party senator, and in that Senate we have Labour Party, we have PDP, we have NNPP in that Senate, just as we also have in the House of Reps. The other political party raise any issue about these. Politicians have agreed among themselves that this is the way we want to go. I'm talking about those who are leading us to the National Assembly. I am for multi-party democracy in the region of the world. I am not happy that we are beginning to have a Senate or House of Reps where the overwhelming majority belong to one political party. But what about those who are still there, even if it's only one or two people that are in the opposition party? What have they done to really show that they want something different from what the ruling party is doing? So that's what I think we should look at.
Focus to the opposition parties now, specifically the PDP, Labour Party and New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. Right after the 2023 elections, the internal wranglings in the parties began, and there seems to be no end in sight to this crisis, which of course is why are leaving. Now, recently, the acting national chairman of the PDP, that's Umar Damagam, mentioned that the APC is taking advantage now of this crisis and luring their members. Do you in any way agree with Damagam, and what would you say has fueled the inability of these parties to come, to sort out their differences?
First is self-ambition. Every politician wants to be, the leader, president, governor, whatever. If they can subdue their self-ambition and look at the collective interest, I believe that some of these things will begin to work out. Okay, let's look at what happened in 2023. PDP has institutionalized zoning. In 1978, when PDP was founded, leading to the 79 election, they decided to agree on zoning the presidency. If the chairman of the party comes from the presidential candidate will come from the north. That's what they have been doing on 2023. When for whatever reason, you knew that we had a president from the north, whether it is a PDP or APC or any party. The president, outgoing president, Muhammad Buhari, had ruled 8 years and was from the north. One of the problems that PDP created for itself and generally for the opposition party is to insist that they will have a candidate also from the north. It then means that if PDP election, in the country, I believe in merit. Anybody can come from anywhere and become leader. But we have to also understand the diversity of this country. So it then means that if PDP had won that, we'll have had another rule for 8 years. And then another one ruling for almost for 8 years. It should be like, because there's this story about Atiku saying it was only one term. It's just a story. The moment he gets into office, he wants to be a second term. So what I think that the opposition party should do is to first subsume their selfish interest. Even now that everybody is galvanizing, you still find the likes of Atiku Abubakar still determined to be. What if in 2023, for instance, Peter Obi was not virtual part of PDP, because Peter Obi knew that they are likely to give that ticket to Atiku from the north, that they left PDP and then moved into PDP and Labour Party. And look at what Peter Obi was able to galvanize, even within a short space of time that he joined the Labour Party. Assuming he had run, assuming a strong candidate, maybe not an Atiku, but a strong candidate from the north, not the running mate that he had, who could not even win his polling booth. Assuming a strong candidate from the north, I also contested against it. APC had a problem of the Muslim ticket. In a country like Nigeria that is very, when it comes to religion, we are really very tense. And yet, you couldn't put your house together. And the same thing is repeating itself for the opposition party now. I expected that, like I said before, in the period of 2015 election, by this time in 2013, the what became 80 had gathered new PDP, NPP, PDP, those who were in the then ACS, those who were in the AMPP, CPC, had come together and formed a new political party called APC. And decided to galvanize this. What is the opposition doing now? The coalition of opposition, what are they doing? They still don't know whether they want to, and rather than even getting stronger, they are becoming weaker. Do you know how many governors that are on the waiting list now to do what Delta State Governor Boro already did last month? Many of them are governor of their regions. So the second term of president, though he says that he doesn't want to pick with PDP, but he has already working in opposition. Are we having it's painful that we don't have politicians that really can stand and look at the political party in power and say you are not doing the right thing. So that's what I'm saying that opposition to look at themselves first. Remove remove all this issue of the pressure from the ruling party. If the table were to be turned the other way, if the opposition party is the one in power, they would do worse than what APC is doing to them.
Well, we're quite sad for the opposition parties if their members keep leaving for the APC as the 2020 summit. For sharing your thoughts. Thank you, sir. That's all on this episode of the program. Thank you very much for watching. Join us next time.
Gobinama!
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport. As usual, today will be another interesting moment on the show. I'll be talking something interesting as we look at a sport that has been one of the fastest growing sports in the country. It's a sport that a lot of people still wonder, even at this stage of its development, that history is about to be made as we're looking at the first ever international archery tournament organized by Zen Archery, Lagos Open Tournament, and also you can call it an international tournament because it's open to all, and we have men and women outside the country coming in to participate in this wonderful moment on the show, on the program. So, but I won't be doing this alone. I have the chair. Local organizing committee of the Lagos Open Zen Archery will be telling us about interesting moments and what we should be expecting and this tournament to have on the growth of archery in the country. Madam Ronke Adewiyoye on the show.
Thank you very much and thank you for having me.
Yes, it's so interesting that we see ladies involved in archery. Can you tell us your involvement with archery? Most of the times there have always been men that are involved in archery, at least from a perspective that a lot of people don't know.
Okay.
That women, how do you get yourself involved in archery?
Okay, archery is a very interesting sport that can be done by both men and women, even people living with disabilities and even children, people under the age of 18. So it's our sports that can be done by, and it's quite a array of categories. So yes, how I got involved in archery, the club opened in Ilupeju, and I used to stay in Ilupeju, and I was trying to find a sport I could do that could balance with work, because I wanted to get involved in a sport. Growing up, I was in sports in secondary school, a bit of university, and I felt I would pick up again, and actually the range was opening up in Ilupeju. And then I went there, and I saw it was something I could do early in the morning. Instead of going to the gym, I could go there, shoot some shots, and in the evening after work I could also stop by and distress by just. So that's how I got involved in archery. I got me going, have a community about the sport and bring out the best in you consistently. You tend to do it more. So yes, that's how I got involved in the sports of archery, and there are quite a number of females in the sports of archery.
Okay. At least that's enough to make it with. But what's been the benefits of your involvement in your personal things that you do, and what can you say about the sport and the future of the sport?
Personally, archery is a very great sport to develop mental attitude. Like, there's no how you can be stressing. It's a distressor. Secondly, it has helped to keep me fit, as with every sport, because you require a lot of stamina, you require a lot of upper body strength as well, and you require a lot of focus, and I don't even know the right word, but there's no way you are doing archery and not together. So I feel it brings that set type of balance. And then the second part of it is tournaments. I've been privileged to be part of about 3 tournaments now in the last 1 year, 2 locally and 1 internationally. And with every tournament and every time you engage other athletes, you see that your skills become better. You are doing, and you're like breaking barriers of your personal best. Most times under tournament conditions, you're and you're pushing beyond the limits you had put in yourself when you were practicing. So I usually encourage any archer I meet that regardless of how bad you think you are or how good you think you are, ensure you test out tournaments. That's where you know.
And interesting, because I've seen you several times in tournament. If I'm going to get a bit personal, that your family are also involved.
Yes, I have a daughter that's also an archer. Yes, saw me shooting and she wanted to try, and then because she picks it up by herself and personally ensures she goes for training. Like, there are sometimes I'm the one hindering her practice, and she sets up her own schedule to go and practice without me, so that I don't stop her from going for her scheduled practices and all. So yes, I might have influenced at the beginning to say, okay, mom is going to the range, I'm going as well. But she's setting her own agenda and her own pace and saying, I'm doing this for myself, and I don't want you to be an obstacle to my
Interesting talking to you, and also knowing the fact that you also started as an athlete. Now, it seems you're now administrative part of the job of archery. Now that you are the LOC, the chairman of the LOC of this coming command. Is there something administrative-wise, administrative, knowing that these sports have so many orders?
The planning of sports is actually to realize a very specialized skill, and you cannot manage or organize something when you don't understand it. And one other thing that has also helped is because I've experienced other tournaments, I've realized that there's a certain standard that is required to be able to ensure that athletes perform optimally and to world archery standards, which is what we're basically. Because if you ensure that our goal is to see our athletes at the Olympics, do you understand? And to get there, athletes need to experience that type of tournament on a regular basis. So we cannot afford to have mediocre activities going on. They'll never be ready when they meet elite level athletes to compete with. And that's being planning and organizing that comes into bear. Coming at tournaments and see how certain parts of the organization can affect the performance or the size we are factoring to that at all levels and the that we can give to have this.
I know for more than enough to make hold of Nigerians. It's not expensive, that they still need to do a lot of grassroots to ensure that at least 10 household particular one should be about talking about it, not what did show that this sport are used in our daily lives.
Yes, it's a very what we're hoping to goes full stream is a grassroots, and that's an example and partner sports because you cannot collaborate to get it because we have allocations across Lagos, across Nigeria. We have 20 clubs in Nigeria that you can join. So this moving, and we are quite right about equity that at Olympic level that is not expensive to get support and sponsorship, and so people are shooting consistently. They are shooting grade archery, and they are all under 18. They are competing, and the adults are being given a run for their money. This is the type of level we need to go, and these students are funded by the government, basically. So we need to get there, but you know, as with all things, we start with what we have, and that is what we are doing now, creating awareness and letting people know that there's a sport like archery, the power to do phenomenal things in people. Come on board and support us to get to that level.
Apart from Lagos State governments doing so well with what they've been doing with the support from the federal or from not individual level having any support, maybe from the federal in terms of supporting and all that. So what's
so not that we are taking things a step at a time. So we are first of all conquering local, states, then from there we hopefully also at the archery club is the journey to the Olympics for us. We're going to be step by step engaging all these stakeholders to get their buy-in and get us to get to the promised land.
Yeah, what have been the tournament? How many are we expecting? How happy are they? Are we also having the special needs athletes also in the tournament? So tell us about this time, because it's going to be at the Onikon Stadium.
Yes. So the tournament holding from the 10th to the 21st of June. That's from Thursday to Saturday at Onikon Lagos. We have close to 100 athletes participating across about 14 clubs. Both in Lagos and outside, both from Nigeria and outside Nigeria, basically. We already have athletes that have arrived from Sunday. People have started from all over to be part of this. Have the compound category, the Olympic record category. We also have the under. We don't have para category for it, but in the last para category, and we had about 4 athletes participating, but this time around we don't. But we have quite a number of people in the junior category. This was also made possible by the juniors. And so their hostel, their accommodation throughout the tournament, feeding and participation was covered. So all the other 18 candidates are coming at no to them, their parents, basically. We are hoping to see continue to happen. And this in the other wheels as pride. So votes are very early on, basically. So those are the main things. It's going to be quite competitive. It's elite level.
Are you
shooting 50 meters compact category. I'm hoping to leave there with
in the last tournament. Can you say we know we have few
we do, because it's one of the things we are trying to do now. So we are trying to set up a ranking system for this, because
a gold medal is one of the best, a silver medal.
I got gold for West Africa. I got I'm just trying to be humble. So but of the tournament is a Nigerian ranking system, so that you can rank across Nigeria as an archer. So when we say someone is the best, it's not because you and 3 people were shooting at the back and you won a medal. But at a national level, we can agree that at this level, number 2 or number 3 in each of the categories. So it's one of the things we're going to make sure happens from the end of this tournament, basically.
Yeah, let's go for this quick break. When we come back, let's see if the show is it doesn't have to. Before we know, there's a World Cup club going on. Something happening in Lagos. We still have committee for the forthcoming Zen Archery Lagos Open tournament.
That is my now. Okay. Can you see the IPO of this case? So that is my brother, and I want him half of this station now.
Do you know the offense he has committed, sir?
What do you guys want for the weekend?
This way, sir.
Oh, better. You don't know me here. That boy is my brother, and I want you to assist me to free him.
The man found the gun, confessed robbery.
Things like this happen. 100,000 naira. No, 1 million.
Giving and taking bribe is wrong.
Corruption, not in my country.
Stop corruption.
Interesting. I don't care. So the questions and join us on all our social media and platforms to drop a comment, because conversation never stops when it comes to 360 sport. Is one question we won't know, including myself, would you like to show that qualities one should possess?
I feel archery is open to everyone, and archery teaches you resilience, because you can go from 0 to north. So it's more around that
just determined
that you put playing, because it could be boring. Discipline is required to get it to. So to know that you need to learn, to continue learning things you need.
So amount of applying those attributes of self. What am I going to get?
So yes, it's a new skill. You would have you could decide to go in tournaments, because it's a tournament, your skills improve like by 10%, and the more you go to you become yourself. You are very and at your own pace. It's like street fire. Test that. Oh, I'm this good. Am I really this good? Okay. How do I improve? How do I work on? Because the pressure and the adrenaline of the tournament brings out what is really there, basically. So yeah.
Okay. Tell us in number, you said earlier about a lot of people also know more about what are all things at the Unicorn Stadium on that day, because we see hope to sit around because it's actually, but I know that the organizers, like you are the chairman, are putting things.
It's still a young sport in Nigeria. Hoping to have quite a number of spectators coming to watch and observe. Like the first day is probably elimination stages, which could go on for each category. Mostly we anticipate is mostly and their friends and families will be present on Thursday and Friday, and on Saturday night we hope to have on the premises some form of and stuff like dance and.
So the more people willing and then actually with the knowledge of the sports.
So what we have done with this tournament today, for all the officers and judges done by based on world outcome and all that. So we are helping the sport of archery, the technical thing, the technical side. We are to world archery regulations and technicalities.
Okay, so events.
Yeah.
Okay. We move from that of the sport in the country. That's quite important, because even develop sports offices. What are the major challenges that you think is roadblocks in first place?
So, archery, more events, such as athletes, with a lot of demands training centers in Nigeria. So we have for example, travel to a high performance center to be this month to be trained and coached for the Olympics. We don't have facilities in the country, which makes it more expensive to get Olympics. There's also a lot of funding, both from privates, getting it into school activities or school sporting games and activities. Encourage a lot of sport, engaging athletes, getting scholarships and encouraging them to do more sports and stuff like that. We don't have enough of that. Those are some of the things that more and more people get into the sport, and the funding to facility and equipment to getting schools and curriculums and the education system and uses to add into activities that are going. Those are the obstacles, basically.
When it comes to archery, a lot of What's board?
Yes, blue, black.
We're going to get one. A lot more that starts. The arrows and all that. What starts off with the board? Let's start with the board.
Yeah. So it's actually the board.
The what?
At the board, forward face seats. So the inner one is the bull. Is yellow. So each of the circles are actually split into two. There are actually two circles. So the yellow has two. It has two. The two.
But I'm not seeing black.
So because it's for compound artery.
This is for the compound
artery. Yes. For the recurve and the you have black and outflow at different types used. There are different target faces. So you can see that there's a long line of artery. You see that in different bones, different types of. So everybody's target is to aim for eye. The higher you and the higher you rank.
One more question that I would like to. Is this what standard child stay? 50 meters and show them. Well, there is we have the poor boy and all that.
Yes. So it depends. So when you know you go and do that.
You can pick yourself.
Yeah. But once you get to the finals and do.
And that's applicable to international tournament.
Yes.
Okay. But
especially for the elimination. Because then you have like over 70 archers shooting, like it's a lot of arrows. If people are going to go and train people, it's a lot to pick at the same time.
It's a lot to pick at the time.
But most times when you watch archery tournaments, at least they don't show you all the hits.
Seeing people going to interesting, I'm sure that a lot of events and also there is
to anyone that wants to come in just have an experience. The premises are free to the 20th of.
So what's not free? You are saying free to enter?
Yes, it's free to enter because people can come in and register. Yes, as an archer.
And we know that much of
promotion of archery.
Promotion of archery. But encourage people out there. Tell them in a world of from you, archer to an archer straight to.
So I think that archery. At the point in time, I was like, there's nothing you stop archery and professional athlete, so you can achieve anything. Just set your mind to it. And yes, archery is one sport you should.
Okay, very much. We've been talking with
of unique the country in session of the General Assembly. Now, the major highlight of would be position so much one party agenda, the president said.
Plead for a rumor to bed. Those who ring the alarm that the APC is I offer you a most personal promise. While the alarm may be, I thought there brings an error. At no time in the past, any instance at the present, and at no future junction shall I view the notion of one party state. I've never attempted to alter any political partition with INEC. Equally, my friends and sheep, even without life jacket. Look, we advocate of nor shall it ever be. That said, we would be guilty of political malpractice if we close our door on those who. I sincerely welcome Delta and Akwa Ibom State and Pastor and other national members of this family. You are all welcome to the progressive fold. Nobody should close the door. Political parties fearful of members in their internal processes and affairs, and fearfully conjuring that do not exist. For me, I would not say try your best to put your house in order. I will help you either. It's indeed a pleasure to witness you.
Well, President there. And another highlight now, the President's speech was his conference on some prominent Nigerians who fought for the of 1999. The honorary list reeled out now by the President from the list. So that is still generating a lot of debate. But to discuss, I have who joins us from Lagos, and joining us from Abuja is another political affairs analyst coming on the program. Let me start with you. You listen to the President's speech, especially party state, and the President speaking in very terms there, and make it very clear that supported, will never support the idea of a one-party state, that he would prevent those who choose to leave their party and defect to his party. His party will not shut